We are live.
All right, there we go. Cool.
Hi, we're live. So Mike, want to take a couple minutes? Looks like we've got some people here waiting for us. Um, Logan, it's great to see you again.
Yeah, great to see you. You're talking to me from Toledo, Ohio.
Columbus, Ohio. Now you're on the road, right? You're in the middle of a move.
I'm in the middle of the move to start residency. Yeah, so I am. Today is our last leg of the journey, and we'll finally get in Philadelphia to move into my apartment to start residency.
Yep, excellent. So for our audience, a little introduction here. So I'm Rachel Grubbs. I'm co-founder of Mapped, and our special guest for this next 45 minutes is Dr. Logan Noon. You may know him from his podcast, Living Openly with Mental Health. We're going to talk about mental health generally today. We're going to talk about mental health as it's specific to the pre-med and medical life. I think, Logan, there's some things that you particularly want to hit on, and then, we'll just kind of have a conversation and hopefully have time for lots of interaction from you guys, the audience, so that we can, ask questions. And, the real big theme for today is shining a light on mental health, because it's just one aspect of health against all other aspects of health. So hopefully there'll be time for some conversations around this.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. So why don't you tell the audience a little bit more about yourself?
Sure. So, I'm Logan. I grew up in Connecticut. I really had no idea that I wanted to pursue medicine for a long time. I was originally a business major. I went to school up at Holy Cross in Worcester, Mass. And it was right around graduation is when I got very sick. I had a manic episode, kind of classic manic episode. You guys have definitely studied that, studying for the MCAT. I was up for 5 days in a row. I suddenly thought I could change the world overnight, and I thought I could come up with this business that would revolutionize the world. I was so convinced this idea would work. I was like harassing my friends' parents, asking for investment. It even got to the point where I thought the government was trying to hack my computer and phone, and just so much paranoia. It was very classic kind of psychosis. So right after graduation in undergrad, I ended up in the psych ward, where I received the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. And it still wasn't even then that I knew I wanted to pursue medicine. I felt very isolated. I didn't know how to talk about my bipolar disorder. I didn't even really tell my friends, only really my family knew. And I was completely ashamed of my mental illness. It was a very depressing, horrible place to live. So through that job, I was working in insurance, because I was a business guy at that point. They transferred me from Worcester, Mass, all the way out to Roseville, California. And I realized, I can't live this life anymore where I'm ashamed of a health condition. I had many other friends of mine who had various other non-mental health, but health conditions where they had to take medicine or do treatments. And I was like, why is my treatment really any different? This is ridiculous. So I started attending bipolar and depression support groups out there, and I started finally meeting people that had similar experiences to me. And really the catalyst for me was the Sandy Hook shooting out in, Sandy Hook, Connecticut, where there was a huge tragedy, shooting at a school, and there were so many negative connotations at that time around mental health. And I felt so motivated growing up, 30 minutes north of there in Connecticut, that I was like, okay, I have to be part of this change. I have to try to change this narrative around mental illness. And that's when I started joining Public Speakers Bureau. That's when I started doing some of my online advocacy through YouTube. And I realized, I want to try to contribute to the mental health community. And that was really my spark. That I was like, okay, I want to try to be a physician. I want to try to understand how to properly diagnose mental health conditions, because right now I still think we do a horrible job, just trying to analyze through people's words, and it's not very objective, extremely subjective. Our treatments are nothing to really be that proud of, in my opinion, either. There's side effects that are sometimes worse than the benefits we're trying to give people. And so that was really what motivated me to try to become a physician. So that ended up me in medical school. And one thing that I really want to try to teach to pre-med students today is about identity. And, as a pre-med student, it is so challenging and difficult to get into medical school. You have to put so much energy into it. It's like sometimes I felt like I was putting 100% of my efforts into getting into medical school. And once I was in medical school, I felt I had to put 100% of my efforts into just passing medical school because it was so challenging. And, when your identity is made up of 100% of just one thing, it's really hard, I think, to be happy. If you have a failure, if you have a rejection from that medical school, or if you fail a test, you just feel so terrible and down. And I found myself getting in big ruts. And so I realized I really needed to focus on diversifying my identity. And, I am so much more than a medical student, now physician. There's so many other aspects to me that make me Logan Noon. I'm a husband, I'm a dog dad, cat dad, I'm a golfer, hiker. And so I realized that I needed to budget these things into my life and, make time for each and every one of them. You can't study, all hours of the day. And I actually think you're less productive by doing so. So that was kind of my ramble. That was a long introduction. I'm sorry. I took a while here.
No, I love it. That's what I wanted. Yeah, I mean, I see people in the comments saying that, they're glad that you shared that experience because it resonates. So, I think even just telling your story is already an amazing step forward for some people, just to hear it from someone else publicly. And yeah, I love that idea of balance. Pre-meds, you can chime in and tell us, but I'm betting that a lot of you have felt what Logan was describing, right? That sometimes it feels like all you are is a pre-med, and then, one bad number on a test can really shake you up. So Logan, now you had this intense episode that you described that sort of, I think it meant that people really, they got attention, right? Like, it became clear that you needed some help. And like, I'm sorry that you had that episode. And again, it sounds like in a way it's almost good because it got you the help you needed. What would you say to anyone who's listening who maybe feels like, I'm struggling with my mental health, but I haven't had that sharp, severe moment? Like, how do you self-identify if you need more help? What are some good first steps to take?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I actually sometimes think it was easier, like you said, in some regard, that I got so severely sick that it almost forced me to take it seriously. Mm-hmm. I've had patients who, maybe they're dealing with their kind of addiction issues, but it's not that bad. They haven't gotten that DUI. They haven't had legal issues. They're not divorced or what have you. Mm-hmm. And it's very hard for them to take it seriously. And, I think it could have been very hard for me if I was actually, all these pre-med students, a hypomanic episode, not so severe where it wasn't really full psychosis, full paranoia. Mm-hmm. So what I always think we really just have to think of these mental health conditions very analogous to every other health condition. Mm-hmm. If someone is having a little bit of heart pain, we don't tell them, oh, just wait. Why don't you wait until it gets real bad and then go figure it out? We have to try to make, preventative medicine kind of thing. So I think one of the best things for pre-med and medical students is to try to hop on these things early. And I think everyone should go to a therapist and at least start there. If we always would joke at medical school, if you don't have a mental health condition when you got to medical school, you'll have one by the time you leave. And it is just so stressful. There's so much BS that you have to deal with in this system. Applying to residency, there's all these hoops you have to jump through and all these auxiliary costs. It is just so annoying, so stressful. So one thing that I think is wonderful for, pre-med and medical students is online talk mental health services. Yeah. And I'm not affiliated with any of them, but like Get Help, Talkspace, like all those services I think are amazing for pre-med and medical students just because they can kind of work around the clock. You could talk to a counselor at midnight or 7 a.m., whatever works for your best crazy schedule. Maybe you're one of those people that you don't really like talking, and there's text, email kind of counseling that way, which I think isn't necessarily as good. I would prefer video chatting like this, but hey, something's better than nothing.
Right.
So I just think, starting getting that practice of trying to figure out therapy and not being ashamed to use therapy. It's something that I'm going to use the rest of my life. Some residencies actually mandate that their residents go see a therapist on a monthly basis. And I think that's a great practice. And I think it should almost be passed down to medical schools and even pre-med students.
Yes, I will chime in there. So part of why, as we were deciding for today's sessions, who kind of gets paired up with who, I was really eager to do this session with you because I also try to live openly about my mental health. And, I guess I think that once you have some sickness in your brain, you might have various states of managing that illness, but that doesn't mean that the illness went away, right? So I'm in a stage in my life with all the care I'm doing, I'm very well managed right now, but I've been much sicker at different times. And it's important to me to share that openly. That's something that part of how I was finally able to get help was that people that I admired were open. And honestly, some of them were celebrities. I think I shared with you when you and I were talking privately, like I grew up with Will Wheaton, and then Will Wheaton was really public about his mental health. And that meant something to me. It made me feel like it was a little less stigmatized. And then, to your point about it being important for any health professional to be aware of their mental health, one of the questions I ask when I'm, screening potential counselors, potential therapists is like, what therapy are you in? Because I want to know they're in something.
Yeah,
if they're giving me help and they're not getting help, that doesn't sit right with me. And same thing. I mean, I think sometimes therapy, for me too, it's probably a lifelong thing. It might be an off and on thing. I think some people need tune-ups. Some people need steady. Personally, in my own personal experience, I'm at a stage in my life where I can miss a week or two. But if I miss more than a couple weeks, I'll start noticing less healthy coping mechanisms popping up. Right. Mm-hmm. So even if I feel well, if I feel like I don't really need therapy, what I've learned the hard way is like, you do actually, because it's just maintenance. Like just go to keep your brain in the best tune-up possible. And therapy isn't the only thing I do to take care of my mental health, but it's the one that you have to work really hard to schedule and make sure happens. You gotta find a way.
Yeah. And in the pre-med in medical, sorry, that's my dog. She's under me making some noise.
It's not
I think it's really easy for a lot of us to, I can't sacrifice an hour of my time to go see a therapist. I need to study for the MCAT. I need to study for step 1. I can't sacrifice that hour. And, I think it's really easy to fall into that trap. And I totally get it. And I think I did that certainly with some tests too. But what I realized is it's all about kind of productivity and efficiency. And, I learned that my therapist taught me so many great techniques for managing my mental health condition, but it was more than just that. They actually helped me manage the stress of school and helped me be a better studier and helped me, manage test anxiety, helped increase my performance with studying and during that test. For instance, some of the things that I learned, I don't know. I forget exactly when I took my MCAT. It was probably right around this time, 5 or whatever years ago. And you're like, okay, I'm going to go do 200 questions tonight or whatever, and you can be up to like 2 a.m. doing these things. What my therapist kind of taught me and kind of what we were talking about earlier, finding that balance. It's like, okay, instead of finding that goal of I'm going to hit 100 questions tonight, it's like, I'm going to study from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. And once 10 p.m. hits, game over. I'm going to work as hard as I can, and 10 p.m. then I'm going to go spend that time with my wife, cuddle with my dogs, watch our favorite shows or whatever. And then, also kind of my therapist taught is I'm a big believer in meditation.
Yes.
And so, with these MCAT, with these board exams that are just, torture, I found that I really used my meditation practice to increase my ability to focus. As all of us along this path, I think it's extremely tempting. How do I say this best? There's a lot of students that I think are a little nefarious in accessing ADHD medication.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they look at that as a kind of an easy way out in some regards. And I think it's necessary, of course, for some people, but I think a lot of people abuse it. And I found that using my meditation practice, even in the midst of a test for 30 seconds or 1 minute, I could bring myself back to the top performance, that top ability to focus and really comprehend what I was reading. Like, you guys are going through the cars section. That was awful, So finding if you could find 30 seconds before you read that passage, just to focus, just to bring yourself back into the moment and really comprehend that well. And I think you'll perform so much better.
100%. Yeah. So I'm a yoga teacher and I meditate a lot in my own practice. I teach meditation. And, sometimes it feels slightly at odds with what I do in my day job, because for a long time, I think a lot of the basic tenets of yoga and meditation were considered kind of woo-woo. But, Western science is catching up to Eastern intuition. And, anything you can do to hack into your rest and digest system so you're not just feeling like you're being chased by the MCAT tiger is good, right? It's a superpower. So I always think, like, who wouldn't want to learn to meditate? Because it is like literally having a superpower in your lungs. Like all you have to do is access your breath, and suddenly you are calmer, cooler, thinking better, doing better on tests. Like I don't understand why every single pre-med isn't like, yo, let me learn some meditation. And it is practice, right? Like, you're not, I think, there's a lot of misconceptions around meditation, and we're not going to get into trying to teach it today. But I think some people think like, well, I couldn't clear my brain, so I can't do it. Well, actually, no, like that's not the point. The point is being aware of your thoughts and just not letting the thoughts be in control. So if you're trying to meditate and you can only do a minute and then you start thinking, I want a snack, that's cool. That's part of it. Like that's,
yeah. If your goal is to think about nothing, you're never going to get there. Right. My therapist gave me this one analogy that I'm going to use with my patients and really for the rest of my life. And he said, think of life as you're in a river and you're in this canoe or kayak, whatever is your favorite boat. And sometimes that river is very, very calm and chill and you're just loving life. And sometimes the river is crazy and there's rapids and you might hit a rock and it's just, you're so overwhelmed. It's just awful. The practice of meditation is, rather than being in that river, is stepping onto the riverbank and watching the flow of the river go by. And sometimes that river is going to be calm and sometimes it's going to be flooded and just crazy. And I think if you think of your thoughts like that, sometimes my brain is just firing crazy. Oh my God, I need to study. Right now I'm like, oh man, I need to set up my utilities. I need to get all these stuff in for residency to make sure I'm so intact. But not judging those thoughts and just being able to step back and look at that river of my thoughts kind of flow by. And, I think it's just such a wonderful practice. But, I don't really blame medical students. In my medical school curriculum, we spent hours learning all the different SSRIs, SNRIs, and other, psychiatric medication. We probably spent 20 minutes on meditation. Yeah. It's really just, I think the curriculum needs to change significantly.
Right. Yeah, and I think some of that will happen, one, as we continue to do research to show the way meditation does actually affect your brain chemistry and your physiology. And I think some of it will happen over time as people like you become, more and more part of the medical institutions, right? More practicing doctors, more people who are professors who are actually helping with med school curriculum, like it takes a long time to affect a change at that sort of widespread and granular level. But I think we're heading there. And, it, like you said, it would be better if it was in the med school curriculum, but that doesn't prevent anyone from learning about it now. There's so many excellent free resources. And particularly for pre-meds, one of the ones I always like to mention is the UCLA Center for Mindfulness, because it is a science-based research institution. So, if you're really looking to approach mindfulness, understanding there's some science behind it, that's a great place to start. I think that's a very welcoming entry point.
And if, I think all of us are at this point probably members of the AMA, the American Medical Association, you get a free Headspace subscription if you're a member.
Wow. Yeah. I didn't know that. Wow, AMA, free Headspace subscription. That's fabulous.
Yeah. Good job, AMA. And I'm not sponsored by them either. I'm getting no compensation from all.
Right. No. And we will in a little bit plug some things that are Logan's, and then I'll actually put up banners. But yeah, we're just mentioning great resources. I'm not affiliated with UCLA.
Well, and the last thing I'd like to say about meditation is I think, sometimes meditation, like you touched on earlier, people think of it's like woo-woo, wah-wah, hippie stuff and all this. And I don't always think meditation necessarily has to be sitting in a chair, I think I meditate sometimes by walking my dogs, and just focusing on that experience, the sounds, the smells, the temperature on the skin. This morning, all the rain hitting me in the face, when I was walking my dogs. Right. And or maybe exercise for you, or even me, like I love golf. And sometimes I can get in a really great meditative state when I'm on the golf course. So, any way that you can build any sort of meditation practice into your pre-med and then eventually you guys medical students' life, I think it's just so imperative.
Mm-hmm. Great. I completely agree. Moving meditation is a thing. Anything else you want to particularly hit on before we start to take some questions from the audience?
Not necessarily. No, I'd love to see what the audience, how I can help them.
Okay. One thing I will do really quickly is I'm just going to put up here at the ticker. So if you enjoy hearing from Logan, I think he's pretty busy right now and might not be generating a ton of new episodes at the minute, but there's an excellent backlog from Talk Mental Health with Logan New at his website /podcast. And
most of the episodes are medical students. Yes. So you guys can kind of hear about how their experience is a little different than mine. So I really think you would like that.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, I had something else to say and I lost it, so maybe it'll come back to me. Let's see what the audience has to say here. So, a couple people have asked questions around this. Were you open during your application process?
Oh, man, that is a great question. We were talking about this earlier, Rachel. And I was actually interviewed on Dr. Gray's podcast, the pre-med years, and we really discussed this about length. Mm-hmm. I did decide to be open about my bipolar disorder on my application process. I thought it was kind of a huge gamble. And I actually always kind of joked about, it's when I tell people that it's kind of a bipolar reaction. People either love it or hate it. There's nothing in the middle kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And for me, being open about my mental illness is just so ingrained to who I am and to why I'm trying to be a physician in the first place. I think one of the biggest problems of psychiatry is that our patients are ashamed to come see us. And so it was just so important to me to do that. I do think some medical schools absolutely read that and said, nope, and didn't even look at anything else. So, I think if you are considering being open about your experiences, you need to realize that is potentially a price you're going to pay. But for me, I think it really comes down to your why. Why do you want to go to medical school? Why do you want to do this? And if you can't answer that question without disclosing your experiences, then I think it's appropriate. But also, I didn't ever want to view my experience with bipolar as a victim. I view this experience as making me stronger. This is making me a better physician because I can empathize with my patients a little bit differently than maybe some of my colleagues. So it is very challenging. And, I think a lot of people have different opinions on this. I'd be interested to hear yours too, Rachel. Mm-hmm. But that's my answer to that one.
Yeah, that's great. I believe that you are right. It can be pretty polarizing. And I think, honestly, that the answer that some advisors have been giving over the years have changed. Personally, I think it's great to be open because, like you said, if a school finds out about your mental health and then isn't interested in you, man, what a relief to not get invited rather than to go, maybe move across the country, try to settle into med school and then find out it's not a hospitable environment. That would be awful. The flip side is that I find sometimes when students want to share about their own story, like if I'm reading a personal statement or something that's talking about it, sometimes I can sense some real rawness in those stories. And so the human in me, the friend in me, the mentor in me, the yoga teacher in me is like, this is so great that you're processing this stuff. But the pre-med advisor in me worries, are you going to come across so raw that you're making your reader feel their feelings? And then instead of looking at you as a future doctor, they're looking at you as a mental health patient. And now you've distracted from your cause. So should you be open? I believe you should. How open should you be? How much detail should you go in? It varies. And, I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. Like when Ryan and I co-founded Mapped, right? Like that was a big deal. Like we were getting financially married. So did Ryan already know that I was in therapy and had some mental health stuff? Yes. Do I come out of therapy sessions and then download to him all my shiz? Nope. And
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like that in the application process too.
One analogy that I really like, because I've gotten this question so many times before, and I think it's a wonderful question, is disclosing is appropriate if you're disclosing scars, not wounds. If it's something really fresh, I don't really think it's appropriate. Yeah. If it's a scar, if it's something that you can talk about without, quite frankly, imagine you're in an interview with someone. If you're going to cry during that experience of talking about this, then I really don't know if that would be the best thing. Imagine if you're with a patient and you're starting to talk about some of maybe your experiences to try to connect with them. If you start crying in front of your patient, who's then the physician and who's the patient kind of thing. Right. And I think you really have to be mindful of that. Yes. And so that's really kind of my best attitude. And getting to that scar process is different for everyone. Mm-hmm. For me, I was a public speaker with my bipolar disorder. When I first started as a public speaker, I would get emotional on stage sometimes, and it was quite challenging. But through those experiences and through that time, I feel much more comfortable talking about being locked in the psych ward for 5 days without getting so emotional about it. Right. So scars, not wounds, is how I would try to think of it.
I love that. I used to say, did you turn your pain into power? But that actually, I think, can take decades, right? So for a while, that pain, that wound is a scar, right? And then some people end up being like, you know what, my scar is, not like it's an asset, like you're glad it happened. But now that it's happened, it's part of you, like you can use it. I hope that all humans strive for empathy, but the truth is a lot of us who've been through trauma end up being hyper empathetic because of it. And I believe that's a superpower. It's a weird way to get your superpower, but yeah, scars, not wounds is a really smart, clear way to describe the openness. I think that's excellent. Let's see. So someone had asked a really important question I want to circle back to. I'm trying to see if I can find it. They had said, what if you can't afford therapy? Yeah, here we go. Alyssa asks, what if a patient can't afford therapy?
Yeah, it's quite challenging. There's certainly therapists that are available through, if I are on Medicare or whatever it may be. Hopefully you have some access at least to those insurance methods. But the Medicare therapy system is severely, severely impacted. I would really try to flush out and access some of those services that I was talking about earlier, some of those online services and other places. As pre-med students, we're so poor that I think a lot of therapy services are willing to maybe have us on a sliding scale. So maybe it won't be free, but hopefully severely or significantly discounted than the original price. And then also, I think, if you can't afford therapy, I don't always necessarily think it has to be a certified trained therapist. At least that's ideal. But I think mental health conditions, the worst way to handle it is in total isolation. So if you can't afford to go see, a therapist, maybe you could talk to a friend, a classmate, a counselor at your school. At least to my knowledge, and I hope this is accurate, all medical schools should have a counseling office, and hopefully wherever you're doing your pre-med studies do too, that are free to students. At least, at my medical school, I think you got like 5 free sessions. So it wasn't ideal, but something's better than nothing. So that's kind of my suggestion. It's an incredibly challenging, but try to do your best.
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, I think not all, but many undergraduate institutions also have that you can get up to a certain number of free sessions. Sometimes it's with therapists in training, so they might be a little novice, but yeah, I still think something is better than nothing. The other thing I would say is sometimes, because this sort of gets at another question someone had asked was, what if you just really don't like talking? I listen to a fair amount of mental health podcasts. I'm not actually really a podcast listener in general, but I do enjoy mental health ones. And if you're not ready to talk, maybe start by listening, because podcasts are free. And, I still think eventually talking is going to do you right. I was weirdly stubborn about going to therapy. Like for a long time, I knew I needed to go, and I just wasn't going to do it. And I could rattle a million reasons, but it doesn't matter. What finally happened is I'm very lucky to have an amazing best friend. And she and I used to joke that we were therapists for each other in pinches. And like, we would even call and be like, okay, I just need therapy now. So like, sometimes we were having dialogues, and sometimes it was like one woman talks and the other woman just listens. And then one of the times she was being my quote therapist, I realized I feel so much better after I do this. I should be probably paying a professional and not just burdening my friend.
Yeah.
But she's my friend. For years, she was happy to do that. And I did it back for her sometimes. And it really took me realizing, like, okay, I have these conversations and then I cry. And then afterwards, I feel like I've relieved a lot of my stress and pain and heartache. And like, why am I not wanting to do this with someone who's actually an expert? But a friend is, if you're lucky enough to have a friend like that, that's still a place to start.
Well, back, before COVID, I should have mentioned this earlier too. One of the most pivotal changes for me managing my bipolar disorder was finding a support group. I was living in Sacramento at the time, so it was a big metropolitan area. So I was able to find a support group it was called a bipolar support group, but it was really any mental illness under the sun, and it was great to be able to meet other people like that. In this COVID world, obviously that's going to be much more challenging. I know there is some online avenues. You can search National Alliance of Mental Illness. NAMI is maybe an organization you've heard of. Mental Health America. But I used meetup.com, or maybe Facebook you can use, but I used meetup.com. This is back in like maybe 2014 or so. Obviously with this, this weird time that we're living through, it's going to be much more challenging. It's probably going to be like this over Zoom. But, just getting able to connect with anyone, I think, is one of the most important things for handling mental health conditions. I was so honored to be elected to be my student speaker at my graduation just last week. And that's what I talked about the whole time is, we think of the body as getting better. We want to give it water, nutrients, rest, but our brain requires all those things, but also human connection. If you don't have that human connection piece, I think it's almost impossible to try to be happy in isolation. Trying to connect with anybody, maybe, if you're a religious person, through the church, or like I said, a support group, or your family, your friends, really anything that you can do to try to connect with others, I think is so important.
Right. I agree. Yeah. And it can be tough because I think, especially if you're dealing with, some mental illnesses make you feel more isolated than others. And then if you're already feeling isolated, sometimes you end up telling yourself this story that like those people don't want to interact with you. And there's a quote that I've heard some people say that is depression lies, right? And like there's this nasty voice in your head that's just feeding you crap that is not true, and you sort of have to stop and think to yourself, like, why am I letting my brain say these things to me? Like, I would never say this to my mother or a friend or my sister, right? Like, why am I hearing it for myself? And you do kind of just have to remember, like, yeah, other humans want to connect with me. I'm a human, and that's enough. So I can reach out to these people and they will enjoy spending time with me.
Yeah.
I think sometimes when you're really sick, it's hard to believe that. And you kind of just have to make yourself believe it's true and make that effort to break out of the hermit shell.
Well, and I think, we're on a National Premed Day here. I think one of the best ways to connect, if you don't have access to a therapist, is try to connect with your pre-med colleagues. I know that's so hard. You guys are all doing online classes right now. I definitely had it way easier. But, I remember thinking like, oh, I was not the best student. I was not a good test taker. And I always thought, I'm going through the crap. I'm having such a hard time. I'm so alone. All my friends who, they got a 525 on the MCAT kind of thing, they have it so easy.
Right.
Everyone is going through their own personal struggle. Everyone is, even if they are that person that's killing all the tests, guarantee they aren't having a good time. They still are struggling. They want to get better. Everyone is dealing with some kind of, whether it's imposter syndrome or trying to, get over the struggles that they're dealing with. So being able to connect with your pre-med colleagues and then eventually your medical school colleagues, that's how I got better. That's how I managed my mental illness. And that's really why I started kind of the podcast, Talk Mental Health with Logan Noon, is I was connecting with so many other of my medical school colleagues, realizing that they also had tremendous mental health conditions. And it was so amazing to me. I personally did not see a therapist at the beginning of medical school. I eventually did, because I got into that trap of, I need to study, blah, blah, blah. But being able to connect with my classmates had such a beneficial effect on my health.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Yeah. And it's a big theme that Dr. Gray and I believe in, which is collaboration, not competition, right? So you can look around at the fellow pre-meds and think, this is my competition for limited spaces in med school. Or you can think, this is such a weird, hard life I'm living. And even some of the people who love me most don't really get it. Mm-hmm. These peers get it. These people are going to be my future colleagues in medicine. I can be building friendships and interacting with someone who genuinely gets what I'm doing now. So yeah, I hope that, we get some community from today. I put the link for the podcast in the ticker again for anyone who's looking for it.
And so if you are not a podcast person, we actually changed the podcast into also a pre-med book called Imperfect Balance, where we highlighted 10 of our favorite episodes, me and my great friend who's also pursuing psychiatry, Richard Arreo, and kind of transcribe these into more of a narrative. So if you don't like listening and you would prefer to read, you can find that on Amazon, Imperfect Balance, or just search my name, Logan Noon, on Amazon. It's very, very easy. Because, I just think being able to connect with others and not feel so alone in this weird, crazy journey that we're all on is just, like I keep saying, I'm sorry, so important.
No, I think that's great. Yeah. So Imperfect Balance is one of your books. It's on Amazon, as you said. All of Logan's links are on nationalpremedday.com. So if you guys go to the main website for today and then go to the speaker bios, whichever speaker you're interested in, you're going to see things like Instagram, podcasts, books, whatever they've got. I was really charmed by your other book. Yes.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
This one makes me so happy.
Yeah. We all have something. So, this is a kid's book. So, if you guys have kids or any kids in your life, I made this with my mother. It's something that I think I'm really most proud of. It's a story of really myself, starting to deal with depression and anxiety as a kid and being able to connect with friends who were actually real life friends of mine who had various health conditions. One had diabetes, one had tetralogy of Fallot, a congenital heart condition, and then the other one had leukemia. And being able to think of those my condition similar to those conditions, you follow this, little boy through this story and how he gets over that and tries to accept his experiences with mental health. So it is something that I'm really proud of. I encourage all of you to, outside of just your studies, outside of just trying to get that highest MCAT score and the highest, board scores, trying to do things that you're passionate about and make time for them. That, this helped with me matching into psychiatry residency. Psychiatry residency was very challenging this year. And being able to take a break from just stuffing all these random stupid facts into my brain and use a little bit more of my creative juices really helped me kind of find that balance and purpose in medical school once again, because, you guys, I imagine, are banging your head against the wall with the MCAT. But I really encourage you, if you have any inspiration to maybe have a blog, have a YouTube page, or a book like me, I encourage you to take that leap. I did not think I was going to be able to ever start a podcast, ever write 2 books. But, if you just take that leap of faith, you can learn anything these days on YouTube. It's really, really easy. And also at the same time, you can realize you're going to make your application a little bit different than your colleagues. It's a great way to stand out. When I was on the interview trail for psychiatry residency this past year, we did not talk about my board scores. We did not talk about my favorite classes in medical school or any of that. We talked about the things that I did in addition to my normal medical school studies, what made me different, what really made me stand out. And it was a really enjoyable experience. And it was really something that I encourage all of you guys to do. Try to find what makes you unique, what makes you excited, passionate about something. How can you get those creative juices going in your brain? Because we're so into you guys probably bang your head against the wall with Anki. I spent days doing that too. That was torture. So if you can find something to counteract that Anki part of your brain, I encourage you so much.
Yeah. Well, that's beautiful, because the next question, and probably our last question that I was going to post, was from Grace. She says, what are some of the best ways you found to cope with burnout feelings that you feel as a med student, resident physician? I think you just answered part of it, but anything else you want to expand on coping with burnout feelings?
Yeah. Well, first answer, and you guys all know this because you're all smart, I think, is exercise. There's going to be so many things on this journey that are going to make you mad. I almost swore there, but I won't. Just really grind. It's just so annoying, so stupid, and it costs you money at the same time too, all these applications. I think using exercise to burn off some of that angst is one of the best things that we can do. Also, I think we just have to generally accept that the healthcare system, the medical school system, the residency system is severely, severely broken. There's not enough slots in medical school. There's not enough residency spots for all the medical school graduates. And then eventually when we're attending physicians, a lot of our patients don't have insurance, or that whole system is just broken. We kind of have to accept that. And we have to realize that our role as physicians is so much more than just providing this medication to treat this disease. We have to be the leaders in this entire system to try to improve on this. And sometimes people can get really in this rut and down, and this job is not what I imagined. This is so much different than I thought. Medical school is so much different than I anticipated. I think if you anticipate that you don't know what it's going to be like at all, that this system does suck. We all have to work for trying to find that purpose to improve it. And, if you don't have that drive to try to improve the healthcare system, quite frankly, you probably shouldn't be a doctor. And so, that's really kind of my drive, is accept that this is going to be an incredibly challenging journey, but really try to work towards moving to improve it, because that's why we need you. That's why we need physicians to try to improve this system. It's so much more than just prescribing medicine.
Wonderful. That's such a great way to wrap us up. We're at 11:29 Eastern, so we're getting ready to move to the next session. I wanted to ask where people can find you. I've got one way here on our banner. I believe your Instagram handle is @LoganNoon. Anything else you want to make sure people go check out, whether it's your resources or, where else can people find you or find good access to help?
Yeah, I guess just, my Instagram page, but I actually would say one of the best things I think you can do for your mental health, and especially in this weird journey of being a medical pre-med student, I think you should also build in time to stay away from your phone. Put it in airplane mode, really try to turn off and totally chill out and kind of forget about the world. As I remember as a pre-med student, when you're trying to get these applications and interviews, and waiting to see if you got accepted, I was checking my email probably 55 times a day. And it was just a horrible, horrible place to live. And so I think if you can at least try to balance and find, maybe 20 minutes a day, an hour a day where you can really just unplug, get away from your phone, the email. I think that's just so important. If you do want to hop on social media, you of course can log on my page and try to try to make posts as often as I can, but realize I'm not one of those medical influencers that's going to post 10 times a day, because I think that's incredibly unhealthy. And so, that's kind of my lash gestalt here.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think that's a great place to end. It's been such a pleasure talking to you. I wish we had more time, but I think we got to keep ourselves on schedule here. So everyone go check out Logan Nude on Instagram, check out his podcast, and take care of yourselves. Today, I'd love it if you stayed on media, but maybe tomorrow, give yourself a phone break.
Yeah.
Good luck with the rest of your move, Logan.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be here. Good luck with your journey, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, guys, so the next session is me. So if you're here for the 11:30 a.m., 8:30 a.m. Pacific session, all of our guests are present because it's me. What we're going to talk about for the next 45 minutes is a timeline of pre-med years. And what I'm hoping to do is do a little bit of talking and then again, a lot of Q&A. One, I get tired of hearing myself talk. And two, I think you guys will have more fun if your specific questions are answered. I believe Giovanni is here in the background to help me look at comments. I've been sort of trying to, with Logan, I was trying to multitask and kind of run cameras and comments. But now that I'm going to be doing some screen sharing, I'll be glad of her help. So you might see me in the comments, or you might see her, and she'll be checking your questions, and I'll let her know when I'm ready to take some. What I want to do now is do a little screen sharing. Give me just a moment while I pull that up. All right. Okay. So we're in timeline of pre-med years now. We've officially made that transition. And what I think is really important for everyone to think about when they're mapping out the pre-med years is that there is no one right schedule. And I'm going to say it again because this is the most common thing I hear. I hear students say, I don't want to be behind. It's too late. Or my pre-med advisor says it's too late. Or my uncle, who's in no way involved in the pre-med experience, says it's too late. I don't believe it's ever too late. We actually have a session about that at some point today. And so therefore, when I talk to you about the timeline of pre-med years, some people I think like to build forward. They like to say, I'm a freshman and I have to go to med school right after senior year. Or they say, I'm a freshman and I'm going to take one gap year, but then that's it. I have to be in med school by the time I'm 23. I'm not interested in those kinds of mappings. I understand why they might be convenient for someone who's in undergraduate school to think about freshman, sophomore, junior year, but that's just not the norm anymore. The norm is that you go when you're ready, and that might mean 8 nice, neat semesters, or it might mean 10 semesters. It might mean a gap year or 2. It might mean not so much a gap year, but a deliberate choice to go get a bunch of clinical experience and save some money as an RN for a few years before you go on. There's no one right path. So when I talk about the timeline today, I'm going to ask you to think about when you want to start med school. So kind of have a target year in mind. And then we'll build backwards to figure out what your years are. So I won't be saying freshman, sophomore, junior. I will be saying 5 years out from med school, 4 years out from med school, 3 years out from med school. And again, I'm going to say this one more time. I'm saying from med school as opposed to from applying. Sometimes I think that's confusing, but the reason I'm pushing it that way deliberately is that I have interacted with students. Like if you here are listening, watching today, and you're very new to the pre-med process, you may not realize that you are applying to med school about 14 months before you start med school. So I always want to say from the start of med school to help people understand that like that whole last year, year and a half before med school is the applying process. So let me throw the screen share back up here. Okay. You guys are watching me figure out how to multitask. Okay. Hopefully we're getting a couple chuckles. I feel like sometimes students will say to me, like, I don't know what to do. It's so hard to find information. I don't think that there's a lack of information about the pre-med process. I think that there's too much information and it's hard to know what's good, right? So I often think of this poor little boy who's just like, let me see what's going on in this water hose. So I'm going to attempt to not do that today. You guys can ask more detailed questions, but I'm going to deliberately try to just give you big goalposts and markers to help you kind of think about the structure. And then you can always fill in more details later. Okay, so in a minute, I'm actually going to show you real live Mapped because Mapped has a built-in roadmap. But I wanted to start with a slide snapshot just to kind of have something static. So if you are a Mapped user, which I know some of the folks listening, watching today are, we actually have a built-in roadmap for you. So you can get a free trial of Mapped at mapped.com. It's 14 days, no credit card required, no obligation. You can enter the card, but if you're not sure you want to buy, don't enter the card because it auto charges at the end of 14 days. So like, if you really just want to check it out, just go for free, no credit card. And what we'll do is help you map out those years. So I'm going to use that instead of like boring PowerPoint slides. I'm actually going to use an active mapped profile to help us keep track. But just for anyone who is like multitasking and maybe they're listening more than watching, I wanted to sort of stop and give a static slide just so people could look and kind of see what a roadmap looks like. All right, let me switch over to Mapped. So let's do a quick poll here in the comments. How many of you are applying to med school in 2022? Just type in 2022 in the chat if that's your year that you're going to apply to med school. So you want to start med school in 2023. And if you are going to start med school in 2024 and apply in 2023, type in 2023. Just want to see some of those comments get a feel of what we've got. And then anyone doing a 2024 application or later. And, you know, I guess I should have asked this before. Is anyone applying right now? 2021? Probably not if you're doing years. Okay. Is there anyone here who is in high school? If you're in high school, just type in high school or pre-college. Okay, so we've got a big mix. That's great. Okay, that helps me just kind of know how to structure things for today. All right. So let's start with, since we have at least a few people who are actually at least 5 years out from med school. So let's start with that. If I am 5 years out from med school, and so I'm maybe I'm not in college yet. Oh my gosh, Annabelle's graduating high school today. That's amazing. Congratulations, Annabelle. So if you're in high school like Annabelle or about to not be in high school and you're thinking about what is the pre-med process like, one of the questions I get a lot of the time is, well, what science courses should I start taking right now to pre-read? I mean, if you want, you can do that. But I usually say like none. Don't start pre-reading your science courses. College is going to be hard enough. Do it when you get there. If you're really, really keen to start getting a jump on your med school experience or your pre-med experience, there are two things I recommend when you are not yet in college. One is you can start working on your critical reading skills. And people don't always want to hear that, right? Like a lot of people think, but it's medicine. I like science. Yes, but to learn all that science, you're going to have amazing reading skills. To do well on the MCAT, you're going to have amazing reading skills. To read patient histories, you're going to have amazing reading skills. So I trust that my pre-med students will always remember to keep their science and math skills sharp. I am here to remind you that you need to keep your critical reading, your critical thinking, and your critical problem solving skills sharp as well. So if you are thinking, what am I going to do this summer? One thing you could do is start reading something that's nonfiction every day. It might be your local newspaper. Those actually have pretty low reading levels. You know, New York Times writes at an 8th or 9th grade reading level. So you may want to go more upscale to something like, you know, The Atlantic or the New Republic. Longreads.com is a good one. But just, yeah, work on those reading skills. It's really easy to overlook, and it matters a lot. The other thing I would say you could do if you're considering your career in medicine and you're not sure is go get some experience interacting with patients. This was really hard to do during COVID, but now that, you know, lots of people are vaccinated and things are opening up, it's becoming a little simpler to get volunteer work again. And you know, you might love chemistry and love biology and love physics, and then spend 100 hours, you know, volunteering, you know, as a patient mover at a hospital or working in a senior home, and you might discover that you're not actually that wild about helping sick people who aren't, you know, your immediate family members. And if that's the case, sure better to find out now than later. so that's step one, I think, is you know, you don't have to start with clinical, but I always think, like, if you're considering a career in medicine and you're not sure, why not start with clinical? You know, get yourself a little patient experience, which is what I mean by clinical, so that you can find out if you really are going to enjoy this. Okay. So now let's talk about if you are 4 years out from med school. And here I'm going to share my map now. Maybe I am. A lot of things open. Sorry, guys. Trying to multitask tech isn't working so great for me. So if you're 4 years out from med school, that might mean you're a freshman in college. It might mean you're a career changer who's restarting school. At that point, the most important thing you can do is focus on learning. And by that, do I mean GPA? Well, yes, of course. GPA matters enormously for applying to med school. So you want to keep your grades up. But what I want to emphasize to you guys is that at 4 years out, you are both thinking about whether or not you're getting that A, but also about the fact that almost everything you're learning in your pre-medical requisite courses, so your year of biology, your year of gen chem, your year of orgo, your year of physics, your biochem, you're going to need those again on the MCAT. So if you have been a smart person with great memory who can review notes and then go into a test and ace it, I'm thrilled for you. That's not going to work anymore, right? You're going to have to learn new study skills. So part of what you need to be thinking about is, am I retaining this information so that I can use it again later? So when I say focus on academic success, I'm saying, are you getting the A? Are you learning? Are you making sure to get help if you're struggling? And this is really important because I think a lot of times if someone doesn't get a good grade, they sort of spend a lot of time beating themselves up and then maybe don't spend as much time thinking about what they could have done differently. So the shift from high school to college is pretty intense, right? And if you are used to getting A's and suddenly now you're struggling really hard to get, you know, a B plus or a B, or maybe it's even a C or a D in a science course, you've got to stop and think, like, what's different about this? Is it because the classes are so big? Is it because the pace is so much faster? Is it because, you know, in high school, I usually could learn something from the teacher and then go read the book, and now suddenly in college, am kind of expected to do the bulk of my learning just from reading from the book, and then the class is like just highlights. It could be any of those things. It could be all of them. But so then you have to ask yourself, what resources can I take advantage of, right? So is there math tutoring or chem lab tutoring? Is there a center at your school that helps you? Can you visit your advisor? Can you go to office hours? Academic success in college can be a real shock to the system. And sometimes it's not even the first semester. Often it is. So that's kind of why I'm talking about it now, at assuming, roughly 4 years out from med school. But sometimes it's not till you get to, OChem 1 or OChem 2 that you really hit that hard moment. I tell a story about my sister with her permission. She wasn't pre-med, she was pre-pharmacy. And my parents were educators, so they fully understood, right? Like, they knew we were working hard. They knew we were doing our best. They knew we were humans who didn't automatically get an A every second, right? That we had to work for it. And she came home and told my stepdad, well, I got a D- in Orgo 2. And he went, you passed, you didn't fail. Right? Like, I mean, obviously joke, right? Because she needed better than a C- in Orgo. She had to retake. But like, it was a big bummer moment, and he took it in stride with her. And, we talked as a family about like, okay, this is so hard. And like, what are we going to do? When is she going to retake it? And what she finally ended up doing was retaking it in the summer when she didn't have any other classes. And she got a B+ in the retake. So, not great, but better. And that kind of thing, I think it has to be out in the open. It can't be shameful, right? You just have to say, I think I can do better. I don't know how, so I'm going to go get help, and really reflect. So that's academic success. While we're still talking about 4 years out, I want to go back to that idea of volunteering. And I'm going to try to zoom a little here. We'll see how this goes for us. So, in this example, I'm assuming someone's going to med school in 2023, just here in the roadmap demo for MAPT. But volunteering can mean a couple things. Some med schools specifically want to see that you are doing social service. So they want to see volunteering of any kind. It could be Habitat for Humanity, it could be soup kitchen, it could be volunteering at a hospital or a senior home. Volunteering does not have to be clinical. And you can see, if you're looking at the thing I'm sharing, that clinical is the next piece of conversation. But some schools specifically want to see volunteer experience, whether or not it's about patient interaction, because they just want to know that you care about the community and the world. So what a lot of people like to do is combine volunteering with clinical by getting patient interaction experience as a volunteer, so that you're kind of doing 2 for 1. And that is great if you can get it. It's been very challenging to get volunteer work in hospitals because of the pandemic. So I think things are starting to open up. That's going to be a little bit easier than it has been. But volunteering can be anything that interests you. And if you were here for the Living with Mental Health session that Logan and I just had before, one of the things we were talking about is that it can be really good for your wellness to identify as something outside of being pre-med. So, if you have always loved swimming and you still just want to be a swim coach for, the 8-year-olds, like, that's so amazing, right? That's amazing work. It's so fun. It's a break from the norm. Like, your volunteering doesn't have to be in a clinic. It can be, because maybe that's what you really want, but it doesn't have to be. Now, clinical experience is something else you have to get. And mind you, look at me, I'm still at 4 years out from med school in this example. I'm going to say it again, you got to get clinical experience. And I recommend that you start getting it when you are 3 to 4 years out from med school. Now, I know some of the people listening are already under that timeline, and maybe you don't have your clinical and you're not in trouble. But the reason I think it's good to start early is that clinical is supposed to be consistent. They don't want to see 100 hours one summer and then never again. Now, it's cool if you do 100 hours one summer and then you have a bunch of different clinical experiences. That's fine. But clinical, it shouldn't be a checkbox, right? You're telling med schools, hey, I want to interact with patients the rest of my life. They want to see you interacting with some patients. So I would recommend if you can swing it, if you are doing, career changing or traditional school where you're kind of doing semester at a time work as opposed to class at a time work, then what I would recommend is that you start clinical your second semester of school, right? So you have one semester where you just say, I'm going to focus 100% on getting every A that I can get, committing things to long-term memory, not just cramming to get the A. And then once you feel like you have that under your belt, then go find some clinical experience. And I can't read them all, but I can see the chat blowing up. So I knew clinical would be a hot topic. Giovanni, if you're with us and you want to share a couple of questions or comments from the audience, I'm happy to stop here and answer some before I go on to the next section. All right, she might be multitasking. I can maybe find some myself. I think I'm scheduled technically to moderate myself. Here we go. Andrew asks, does volunteering at a vaccination site count as clinical experience? Probably. So here's where clinical can get tricky. It's not about the job title or the location, right? Some people think clinical means it has to be in a clinic. Incorrect. What it's about is what you're doing at the vaccination site. So if your job at the vaccination site is maybe you're doing a vaccination site in the summertime outdoor where it's really hot, right? I've seen some sites that are doing that, like in tents, essentially. If your job is to run from the warehouse where the water and supplies are to the tents outside to make sure that the workers have water and supplies, one, I mean, that's a hypothetical, right? But if that's your job, one, we super appreciate you and that's amazing. But two, in that hypothetical example, that's not clinical, right? If volunteering at a vaccination site, you're doing patient intakes and talking to them and checking their temperature and, really doing sort of part of the same sort of experience that a health worker would do, then yeah, that's clinical. Okay, let's see. Katya says, I do in-depth research with patients about their experiences with diseases and treatments, but it's over the phone or online platforms. Will this qualify under any rubric for med school application? It might. I don't know whether or not it's clinical, Katya, because I don't know what kind of research you're doing. If what you're doing is essentially taking patient histories, then that sounds like clinical to me. But if it's more about the actual research, then it might be a research activity. The thing about all med school activities is it is a little bit of a judgment call. There are accepted definitions, but then you guys as applicants have to make a choice that here's what I'm doing and I'm going to make the case that it fits under this activity. When you can call it clinical is when you are interacting with patients in a way that is related to their health. So if you're only an administrator, like if you're at the hospital and you sit at the front desk with a computer and check them in, that's not so clinical, right? It's still really helpful. We're glad you do it. But clinical is when you're really interacting with them in a way that's related to their health. Okay. Does being a medical scribe count as clinical experience? You guys are going to get a theme here. Most of the time, yes, not always. If you are a virtual scribe and you're never in the room and you're just transcribing notes, then no. I mean, it's still great work. You're still going to learn a ton of medical terminology, get a lot of insight into a doctor's life. So I still think it's amazing. But some scribe work is not as clinical as other. So again, you kind of have to use your own critical thinking skills to decide, am I in the room? Am I there where it happens? So I'm actually getting some shadowing and clinical experience while doing this. Okay. Okay, so a few of you have asked for clinical examples, but I think those are a couple minutes old. I feel like by now I've probably answered it. I'm going to move on to shadowing because the next thing that happens is a lot of people confuse shadowing with clinical observation. So I'll say this. Clinical is the most important activity that you're going to get of all of your activities, which is why I listed it first. Shadowing matters too, and I think shadowing is different than clinical, which is confusing to a lot of people. But when you are thinking about shadowing, which is sometimes called clinical observation, the difference is clinical is I myself am collaborating with patients. I'm working with patients about their healthcare. I might be doing, work where it's like hospice or something, or home visits by myself, or I might be collaborating with nurses and doctors and other healthcare professionals. Shadowing is I'm not working at all. I'm just a little mouse following the doctor from room to room. Staying quiet, maybe saying hello to the patient when they say this is a pre-med here, and then otherwise just putting on your listening ears. And then if you're lucky, when you're not with patients, asking the doctor some questions. The main reason you need both is being a doctor is much more than being just with patients. So when you're shadowing a doctor, you're trying to find someone who's going to let you be with them the whole day or for a whole morning or afternoon, ideally repeatedly, like a couple different instances, because you want to see the doctor interact with patients, assuming the patients are okay with you being there. But you also want to see the less glamorous parts of being a doctor. You want to see the doctor, are you on the phone with insurance? You want to see the doctor write up notes. You want to see the doctor have all of the moments of the day that are both patient care and other stuff. And that's where shadowing is really beneficial. And again, I know anyone who's been alive in the last year has found shadowing really hard to get. With the pandemic coming to, I wouldn't say an end, especially if we're talking worldwide, but with the United States getting a lot of vaccinations under control, right? Shadowing opportunities are starting to open up. There are also a lot of e-shadowing opportunities. So I'm literally saying e-shadowing, which is the opportunity that Mapped and Med School HQ offers, right? So e-shadowing.com. But there's lots of virtual shadowing, right? There's the web shadowers, folks. There's virtual shadowing. I mean, you can just Google and you'll find a million. Is web-based online-only shadowing as good as in person? No, of course not. Is it better than nothing? 100%. So make sure you're getting some shadowing. Oh, here's an interesting one. Okay, Hanukkah says, I started shadowing my mentor, but she eventually taught me how to scribe, chart prep, and help her place orders. This is something I can place under shadow or scribe. To me, that still sounds like shadowing, unless like, because scribing isn't its own activity, right? Scribing either goes under shadowing or clinical, and that just sounds like you had a really, really awesome shadow experience. Okay, let's move on down this timeline. Okay, so we talked about clinical and shadowing. I'm pausing here to kind of say now you're about, in this example, about 2 years to 18 months out from applying to med school. So this example person is starting med school in 2023. So you're 2 years to 18 months from going to med school. So 12 to 6 months from applying. At this point, you should be starting to reflect, if you haven't already, on the activities that you've been doing and which ones are meaningful to you. Now in Mapped, we have a place where you can actually journal them. So long before you're writing activities essays, you can just be jotting notes about whatever you did, whether it's EMT work, CNA work, soup kitchen work, being in clubs, research. There's lots and lots of different activities. You'll notice that I'm not talking about all of them today. I promised you I was going to do big stuff only. The really big things are clinical and shadowing. I believe you guys are going to organically get yourself to the other stuff. But so make sure that you've been jotting down notes, because you will forget. So there'll be days that seem really special to you and then they'll start to slip away. So make sure you're somewhere, whether it's in Mapped if you're a Mapped user, or spreadsheets work fine, Google Docs work fine. Doesn't have to be Mapped, but somewhere you are jotting down some notes on the things you're doing and what they mean to you, so that you can have those notes for later when you're writing your essay. Okay, so again, in this example, somebody's applying in May 2022 to start med school in 2023. And you'll see here that I put MCAT prep from October to March. Now, a lot of people, most people, I dare say, wait and do MCAT prep after the new year. That's not wrong. It's not what I recommend. I think that applying to med school is an open book test, right? The whole application process is a known experience where earlier activity generally generates better results. So I want everyone to at least consider taking the MCAT in January or March of the year that they apply. Because then if, the unthinkable happens, you have a bad day, the power goes out in the middle of the test center, whatever, you then have March or April, or worst case, May, as a retake opportunity. It's not the end of the world if you're taking the MCAT for the first time in May, June, or July. It's not the end of the world if you took the MCAT in April and you have to retake in May, June, or July, but it's not great. So I'm not saying those things can't happen. People take the MCAT in the middle of the summer and get into med school every year. I'm just saying, if you who are listening to me now are a couple years out from the MCAT, why not plan it for the very best possible scenario? So MCAT prep, I think if you can, start in the fall. So now you're basically 2 years out from med school so that you get it done that winter or spring. So that's my speech about the MCAT. I just want to do a time check. We started at 11:30. Okay, so we have 14 minutes remaining. Letters of recommendation. The main thing here that I want to communicate is don't wait to ask the spring that you're applying. Start building those relationships early so you can actually be asking, way back 2-3 years out, just by talking to your professors and saying, hey, I'm going to be applying and I'm going to need a letter of rec. Is it okay if I stay in touch with you? But then I would still say when you get to the moment where it's time to really ask them to write that letter, you want to consider asking in the winter or spring so that that they have time to write it. I mean, I've written many, many letters, and I find that 4 weeks notice for writing a letter is about right for me. Now, in reality, it probably only takes me a couple days to write the letter, but I need 4 weeks notice so that I can think about this person, think about the things that I think make them special, and then carve out that day or two to actually do the writing. So yeah, I mean, have I written letters in June before? Sure. 'Cause, that's, if you work with pre-meds, that's your life, right? Like, you accept that letters of recommendation are part of your life. But man, when someone asks me in March to have it ready for them in April, it just makes me so darn happy. Like, I just love to see people on their A game like that, Okay. School research. So I don't think you need to begin school research earlier than the year you apply. You certainly can. There's no harm. But, what you're looking for at this point is schools that match your mission and values. And this can be tricky because a lot of schools have really similar mission statements. So part of it, I think, is tricky because you have the fear, right? You're thinking to yourself, but I want to get in. I mean, I've had people say things to me like, I'll go anywhere that takes me. I'm like, I get that sentiment, but you do want to kind of flip that a little bit. You want to think, I want to go somewhere that's a fit. And so one example I'll use, University of California, Riverside Med School. That's a great med school. Their mission is Inland Empire, right? That's what they care about, is people who are in LA County or whatever the next county in is, I forget, but they're on the east side of that county, or they're further in. Their mission is healthcare there, right? So if you are thinking about California schools and thank you, June, San Bernardino County. Our next speaker is already here, and he just reminded me. San Bernardino, that's the other one. If you're thinking about going home to practice medicine in Missouri, why would you apply to UCR, right? It just doesn't make sense. So you can start reading through school mission statements on the web. Again, in Mapped, we have a med school database, so you can read them there, but nothing has to happen in Mapped. It's all aggregated for your convenience, but it's all on you can look at places like the MSAR, you can look at Choose DO, Explorer, you can just look on school websites. And the other thing you want to think about when you're thinking about school research is state schools versus out-of-state schools, and understand that public state schools are usually required by law to have a certain percentage of people in state, because that's the way the tax funding works. So when you're looking out of state, it's not that public isn't allowed, it's that you're probably going to have better chances with private schools out of state. Okay. I'm going to go through these next couple pretty quickly because we're getting tight on time here. Personal statement prep, I recommend that you start January of the year you apply. Again, I don't think sooner is necessary, but the personal statement is almost like birthing a child. It should be a few months experience if possible. Primary applications usually open in early May of the year you apply. And, you know, it's been changing a little bit. ACOMAS currently is opening in early May, and it just opens. TMD-SAS used to do that. Now it gives you a couple weeks. AMCAS mostly historically and currently gives you about a month to work on the app before submissions open. Your goal is to have things in great shape, to be pre-writing as much as you can even before the applications open, and then using that time for AMCAS to be working on it before you hit submit, because you want to submit early. Now, AMCAS opened yesterday. I know a couple people who are applying this month on this call, or maybe this summer on this call. You do not have to hit submit on the day AMCAS opens, but you definitely want to be in the first week if you can, or at least the first month. You know, again, do people get in if they apply in July or August or even September? Yeah, it happens every year. But you're going to have better chances passing this open book test if you go early. So you're aiming to apply in May or June. Secondary applications, same theme. You could, if you wanted, wait the 4 to 6 to 8 weeks until your application is verified and then start writing your secondaries. But secondaries are well known. They're on the web. Some web schools post them. Some med schools post them. Secondaryapps.com has a repository of them. You can be pre-writing your secondaries while your primary application is being verified. And let's do the math here. Let's say you're applying to 20 med schools. Let's say each med school has 4 secondary essays. That's 80 essays. And we just did an inside med admissions on secondaries earlier this week. And the consensus from every single dean and director there was that they want to see your secondaries back within about a week, or they're going to think you're not very interested. So how are you going to write 80 essays in a week? Well, you're not. You're going to be pre-writing them. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, interview prep. So now we're really in the thick of it, right? You've done your primaries, you've done your secondaries. There's a theme here you guys are going to see. I don't think you should wait until you get invited to an interview to do interview prep. You know, again, things are changing a little with the way virtual interviews are becoming more important. But there have been years where people got in-person interviews and only had a few days notice. So what I say is, you know, act positively, act actively, and manifest this goodness. Prep for your interviews in July or August. The earliest you're possibly going to get an interview is usually August. You might not get one till February. But if you prep in July or August, then if you get an interview in October, November, January, February, then it's just a quick brush up because you already did the bulk of your work. So I just mentioned interviews can be as early as late summer, early fall, or as late winter, early spring. So that's just a wait and see game. Usually you're going to get an earlier interview if you applied earlier. And then admissions decisions conclude typically in March of the year that you're going to start med school. You typically get about a month. There's kind of a new system for this called traffic rules with AMCAS, so I definitely recommend you guys check that out. But then you've got a couple of weeks there where you might have chances to revisit. You might get financial aid offers. It's all happening really, really fast, and you're making your decision and then making a commitment to a med school. And then here's where I think a lot of people think, I got in, her timeline's over. No, a couple more things. I find that a lot of people have this idea that med school starts in the fall. It actually often starts 4th of July week, like is your white coat, or late July or early August. So I want, again, you know, not to create panic, but just to help you think ahead. You make a decision in April, you're almost immediately going to turn on a dime and get ready to, you know, make the move if you're moving across the state, you know, to find new housing, to say goodbye to your friends and family. That stuff happens fast. So You know, I just want to kind of have you be thinking about it now, that if you were thinking to yourself, oh, I'm going to go to Europe for June, July, and August before I start med school in September, you better plan to do that a different year. It's not happening the year you go to med school. And then the really wonderful moment, white coat ceremony. So again, I just said, in the US, I'm aware of med schools that have their white coats as early as like July 5th or 6th or 7th. And I'm aware of a few med schools that actually have it as late as Labor Day. Usually it's late July, early August. But in my mind, the timeline takes us to that moment. So given that there's that variation, and you're not going to know in advance because it's going to depend on who accepts you and who you accept back, you want to be thinking about, what in my life do I want nailed down and organized in time for this, right? So, you know, if it's any last travel you want to do, if it's getting that move made, if it's finding where, you know, the Starbucks is closest to your new apartment. And yeah, I mean, that's the day that it's going to really feel like it's all coming together for you. So I wanted to include it on this timeline because it's what you're really striving for. And then, of course, a whole new round of work begins, but we won't talk about that today. So we've got about 3 minutes left here before we transition to our next session. I'll take another look at the comments and see if we have more questions. Looks like a lot of people are still asking questions about clinical. So let me see if I can find some that are new. Denise asks, I had some clinical experience in 2019 during my senior year of high school. And so my question is, will that still be acceptable for my med school applications in 2022? The rule of thumb is that you can include high school experience if you have continued to have that same experience throughout college. If you just did it for a little bit in high school and haven't done it since, I probably wouldn't include it. In general, activities on your applications are post-high school graduation. And, you know, so sometimes I think for people who are, you know, straight out of college, it's if you think like, I haven't had that much time to do stuff. Sometimes for career changers, it means, how do I pick just 15 out of the last 20 years? But yeah, generally you're not going to include high school unless you've continued to do it. Aylin asks, what are your thoughts on taking a gap year or two after college and then applying? It's totally normal. I wouldn't do it just to do it, but it is incredibly common. And in fact, in this room, our next session is going to be about the non-traditional experience. So I'm going to let June Kim, who'll be coming on air in about 2 minutes, get into more detail there. But yeah, I would do it for the sake of doing it. But I think it's becoming more and more common because the list of stuff you have to do to apply to med school is just getting so long. You know, with the MCAT having 4 sections now, just taking all of the prereqs that you're meant to take before you take the MCAT can take 3.5 years. And then there are additional prereqs that you need for med school that you don't necessarily need for the MCAT. And then somewhere in there, you're supposed to be getting clinical experience. Now, again, I have said, and will continue to reiterate, I think clinical should be slow and steady from freshman year or 4 years out on. But I know that some people just feel like school is my job and I can't have a job and school. So they end up getting a lot of their clinical in their gap years. Just keep in mind that you don't want to apply and then go get your clinical thinking like, but I'll have it by the time I get there. Clinical is not about checklist. Clinical is about proving to yourself that you like interacting with patients, that you are committed to this career. So you want to have lots of meaningful experiences. You want to be able to say, I know I want to be a doctor because I have been interacting with patients. And even when it's hard and they don't thank me, I love it. I'm going to wrap up there. You guys have been a wonderful audience. Thank you for bearing with me with some of my tech hiccups earlier, and thank you for being so engaged. I know I didn't put a ton of questions up screen, but I was looking at them and trying to answer as many as I could. If you have more questions about clinical, we have lots of episodes on them on map.tv and premed.tv. And I am going to turn this over to Giovanni and June Kim, who will talk a little bit more about the non-traditional experience. See you later, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming and joining us on National Premed Day. My name is Giovanni Desarmes. I am a member of the MSHQ team led by Dr. Ryan Gray and a member of the MAP team as well. And I'll be just popping in and out throughout this wonderful day that we have planned for you. And here with me today, I have the distinct pleasure to welcome Dr. June Kim. He is the program director and advisor at Keck Graduate Institute. And Dr. Kim is here today to talk about the non-traditional path to medical school. I'm going to add you in now. Hello, good morning, how are you?
Good morning, good afternoon, and I gotta say good evening because I don't know where everybody's located, and with technology, you just never know. So
yes.
Really glad to be here.
Thank you for coming.
Okay. Of course. All right, so I believe we're going to talk about non-traditional path to medical school, which I think needs a little bit of clarification because when we say traditional or non-traditional, what do we really mean by that? You know, when we're talking about higher education, when higher education talks about traditional college students, they're usually referring to in terms of age, 18 to 24 years of age. So when it comes to medical school, what do we know? Well, we know that there's a cluster of applicants that are applying to medical school right out of undergrad. And Rachel just previously mentioned and took a question about a gap year, and she's absolutely correct. More and more students are taking a gap after college. But what we also see is students taking some gap between high school and undergrad. So I've had a unique, distinct pleasure of having the opportunity to teach at every single grade level. So I've been a teacher at elementary school, middle school, high school, and undergrad when I used to work at University of Southern California. And now I get to work with postbac and graduate students. So let's clarify and make sure we're all on the same page. Non-traditional used to be non-traditional, but that non-traditional in terms of age and life experience is slowly becoming the traditional. Meaning that more and more applicants in the med school population are older. They have more experiences. So today, what I wanted to really do with the limited time that we have is to help all of you rethink a paradigm shift, if you will, of how to look at med school admissions. Because I think too often, I've been doing this for about almost 20 years. So a long time. And what I have noticed over the years is every med student still believes that there is this sort of prototypical profile of a successful med school applicant. For those of you maybe prepping for psychology, the social section of the MCAT, you might be familiar with the concept of schemas. So using that concept, the schema of a successful med school applicant, every applicant or a large portion of the applicants believe and adhere to the same schema. So I do have a PowerPoint here just to make sure I cover all the important points. So if I could get some help with the PowerPoint, I believe that is available. Is that possible? If not, I can try to do a screen share. Let me see how we can do that here. I see it. Screen share. All right. So let me open up here. Sorry, I appreciate the patience here. Let me do, here we go. All right. Can everyone see my PowerPoint? I can't. Can I get some feedback here?
Yes, I can see it.
Perfect. Thank you. So education and learning, it requires feedback. So just like what happened right now, without getting feedback, there's no way that I can, know that I have the screen share activated. So thank you very much for that. So let's go on. So what single word best captures the med school admission process? So this is where I want every single one of you to really think about it. And if there is a chat feature, unfortunately, I cannot multitask like Rachel did and, do both. But certainly, I think it's important for all of you to truly gain the most out of our time together is to participate. So go ahead and type that if there's a place. What single word best captures the med school admission process? All right. I'm going to assume that there's a few responses there. If I could get some help reading off those responses, that would be great.
Yes. Okay. So there are some coming off on the side here. We have stressful, exciting, tenacity.
Got it.
Resilience, daunting, holistic.
All right. Well, those are all accurate. I think those words I've heard many, many times before. But today, again, my objective is nothing short of helping all of you really look at this process in a new way. And new doesn't always mean better, but it certainly helps because it's yet another perspective of how to look at this process, which can be daunting, stressful, right? And amazing and exciting, all rolled into one. So the one word that I want you to focus on at this point is decisions. Now, the word decisions on my screen looks ginormous, and it should look pretty big on your screen as well. And there's a reason for that. I don't want you to forget it. Decisions, decisions. Why would I choose the word decisions? Well, think about it, everyone. What must happen before you declare yourself a pre-med, right? Now, you get asked all the time, so what's your major? And, some people you might say biology, some people say pre-med. But something had to have happened for you to make that decision for your major. Something must have happened for you to decide that you're going to pursue medicine as a future profession. So decisions is just all over the process. We're talking about from your perspective as the student, you're making decisions all the time. Do I need to take these classes? Do I need to repeat classes? Do I take an MCAT prep? Do I not take an MCAT prep? The whole process is just riddled with decisions. And you got to understand, cognitively speaking, Ed Psych being my background, just trust me on this, that decision-making is one of the most challenging. There's plenty of content information out on the web. There's amazing information available at the med school headquarters. I love working with Dr. Ryan Gray. He and I have known each other for many years. He's got great material on there. But what you'll find is sometimes you just want to know how to make the best decision. So let me talk a little bit more about decisions by talking about an analogy. So we're talking Amazon. Are you guys familiar with Amazon? I hope so. If you are not familiar with Amazon, I don't know where you've been for the last, several decades. So if you are trying to buy a product, let's say a very exact product that has, no variation because you know exactly what you want. So let's say an Apple i12, 256 megabytes, blue in color. You know exactly all the specs of what it is you want. So you go on Amazon because that's where usually most people go to first to look for the product that they want to buy. So if you type that in, how many sellers do you think you would get back if you're typing in that exact same item? How many sellers would you say? Maybe some of you are curious and you just typed it in right now and you are doing it. And that's one of the beauties of technology. We can do things like that. Anybody get a count of how many sellers are selling that exact product? You can type it in the chat. There's got to be at least a couple hundred, no? I'd be shocked if it's under 100. And by the way, all of you can see that, time with me is always just interactive. I feel that it's a better way to take away and really benefit from that time together. So go ahead and type it in and you could even guess. Let's just use a reasonable number that we think might be, very realistic. How many sellers selling the exact same product on Amazon? I'm okay with silence. That's another thing. Discomfort. I can go into a whole, lesson on discomfort, but is there any number there?
Yes, some people said hundreds. Someone said more than 100 probably. Someone said 300 to 500.
Okay. We'll say 100. That's a conservative estimate. Just 100 sellers worldwide. This is global, right? Because Amazon's global. Only 100, various retailers are selling that exact product. Now, how are you going to make your decision of who to buy from? I mean, who are you going to buy from? I think one of the first line of filter is, drum roll, it's not that much of a surprise, is price, right? I think we can all agree that for most of us, that first filter is usually price when we're looking at trying to buy something. Again, we have to assume the product is the same, because if we're talking different memory, if we're talking, different features, then obviously you can't compare apples and oranges. But we're talking about an exact same item. So you're going to use price as a differentiator, okay? All right, so we narrowed it down. We went from 100 to, let's say, 35. 35 sellers have the lowest price, but it's all the same price, right? I don't even know how much that goes for. Let's just say, I don't know, what does an i12 go for? Let's just say $600, okay? So you've narrowed it down, you funneled it down to 35 sellers that sell it for $600. So now how are you going to decide? I mean, because you have to make more decisions, do you not? Right? So just in the chat, what would be the next filter that you might use to further narrow it down?
Janelle Sear says reviews.
Absolutely. I would agree with you, Janelle. I would look at reviews. Who's got 5-star reviews, right? I'm going to look at reviews because that indicates to me like who's reliable, who's dependable, who's trustworthy to do business with. So 35, and you filtered it by reviews. So guess what? You've narrowed it down to about 15 now. 15 have 4.5 stars or better because nobody has 5-star review. So now you've narrowed it down to 15 with 4.5 stars. Still pretty impressive, right? But guess what? There's still 15. Unless you're going to buy 15 iPhones, which I think we can all agree is not realistic. You just want to buy one phone. So now what's the next line of filter that you guys want to use? Because I guarantee you we're all thinking of one. We all will use one to further narrow down that pool of 15.
Okay, someone said ratings, shipping speed, free shipping.
Yeah, absolutely. Because remember, some places will charge you for the shipping, whereas other places, shipping's included. Okay, very good. Okay, you guys can see where we're going. 15. It pares it down to 10 now. You got 10 sellers, free shipping. Cost of shipping is included. They all have 4.5 stars rating. Okay, they all have the same low price, but it's the same price. So now you're down to 10. Now what's another filter, right? What's another one?
Prime.
Okay, maybe they do participate in Prime, and you can group shipping. All of this to say, not every single one of you are going to look at the Prime, right? Because I guarantee you, some of you were thinking, using your scientific mind, I'm going to look at the sample size, not just the 4.5 stars, because let's face it, some sellers have a 4.5 star, but that's because they got 8 reviews, and probably 7 of those are family members and friends. So you're going to look at the sample size to help you differentiate. Some of you might look at where is it being sold or shipped, because if it's close to you, it will get to you faster. If they're on, in another country, oh my goodness, international, you got to go through customs and inspection, and it takes much longer. And God forbid they send it by ship, like not airmail. It might take a month or so. So again, all of this to really help drive home and allow you to think not from your own perspective, but from the medical school's perspective. Because it's very similar to what we just spent the last few minutes talking about. Med schools, newsflash, you guys ready? Med schools receive more applications than they have spots available, right? That's not, that shouldn't shock you. I mean, that's very rhetorical, actually. So what do we know? They get so many applications, they need to make decisions. Do they not? I mean, they need to make decisions. So when they receive, let's say, I think David Geffen received something close to 10,000 applications. They get about 175, 180 seats. So how do they make that decision? Now, some of you might be thinking GPA, MCAT. Well, they certainly use those factors. They use those variables, but guess what? That is not the only variables, because we don't have to think too far back as far as like high school, when, everyone's done this, that time of the year where you get the envelopes, small or big, people are talking, although these days you guys probably get email of your admission outcome, then everyone starts talking. Hey, did you hear this person got in here? This person got rejected there. You're all comparing notes and trying to figure out, well, that person had a higher SAT score, a lower GPA, but why did they get it? You're trying to look for some logical, rational system by which admission process works. And these days, all of you have probably heard holistic review, right? I'm pretty sure all of you have heard. And if not, holistic review is just that. It means looking at the whole picture, the entirety of a person's candidacy. When you hear holistic review, though, it means they do consider everything. It does not mean they neglect parts of your application, because oftentimes with the students I work with will say, well, they don't do holistic review because they just eliminated me from because of my low GPA. So again, really setting your mind to think in that way, that they got to make these decisions. So let's move on. How are decisions made? Okay. We know that decisions are critical now. I think I presented the case that decisions are extremely important. So how are decisions made? Or as the slide here says, decisions are based on what? Feelings? I mean, go ahead, type it in, you guys, in the chat. How are decisions made? I know this is not going to be on the MCAT, but I assure you this is good stuff. Any responses?
Not yet.
Okay. It's a tough question. And for the interest of time, I'm going to go ahead and share it with you. Decisions are based on, drum roll, because this one I think is not so obvious, differences, differentiation. And I know that with that single word, I might have triggered some of your PTSD from calculus. Differentiation is not just for calculus, it is for making decisions. Our brains rely on differences to make decisions. The whole Amazon analogy should have clearly conveyed to you that our brain uses those differences to make those decisions. So remember, these differences are important, but let's also be clear. Different, just for the sake of being different, doesn't serve a purpose. It has no benefits, right? It needs to be a genuine, authentic difference. So again, earlier, Rachel talked about gap year. If you are thinking about doing a gap year just because I heard, gap year is the cool thing, it's the trend, you're in for a surprise. It is definitely a trend that has been picking up steam, but in terms of differentiating, it might not achieve that purpose. Now, of course, it depends. What are you going to do during that gap year? Oftentimes, these questions, you got to dive deeper, you guys. The question of, should I take a gap year or not? Right? I mean, think about that. Critically think. I know we hear that concept all the time. Critically think. What does that mean? It means you got to slow down and really think things through from all different angles and perspectives. So when you say taking a gap year, well, if you're going to take that gap year to just hang out at the beach and work on your tan, I think it's safe to say taking a gap year is a horrible idea. But what are you going to do during that that gap year or years, okay? So decisions are based on differences. So here's a way to look at the application process. There are two basic objectives. Number one, these med school people, they want to know, are you academically ready? Okay? Because they don't want to take a risk on someone who's going to struggle and drop out. And from the student's perspective, I know that from your perspective, not getting into med school seems like the worst thing. It is horrible. I applied, I didn't get in. It does seem like it's a reason to be disappointed, to be sad, which I would agree. But here's the deal. You know what's worse than not getting into med school? It's getting into med school and then dropping out. And unfortunately, throughout my career, I have worked with some students who did go on to med school. They were excited, but they struggled. They weren't ready. And so they had to drop out. And I believe about half of them went back to finish, but the other half pursued other interests. So academic readiness, that is something that clearly needs to be captured in your application. And we'll break it down even further. But for right now, I want you to know the other objective, which is commitment to the profession. Because let's face it, you could be absolutely academically a monster, a beast. You got 4.0, you have perfect, MCAT score. But are you committed to the profession? Because the med school admission folks are going to be weary. They don't want students to be admitted into their program. And then, I don't know, a year, 2 years later, they come to, the admission office and say, I've discovered myself and I realize my passion is advocating for patients in medically underserved communities. So I decided to pursue law. So I'm going to go into law school. And so they leave med school. That is a big concern for medical school. So really, if you want to simplify this entire application process, look at it through the lens of academic readiness and commitment to the profession. Now we're talking about non-traditional, traditional here. So what are some generalizations, right? We can't, claim perfect applicability for the entire population, but what are some generalities that we can, comfortably deem accurate? Academic readiness, probably not a whole lot of direct causation, right? In terms of age, just because you're older doesn't mean you're less academic ready, or if you're younger, you're more academically ready, or vice versa. But we know that there are some correlations in terms of, being younger and less life experience. You might make some mistakes during, especially your freshman year. I know I speak from my own first year experience of undergrad, that transition from high school to undergrad was brutal. I mean, no matter how many APs and, honors classes taken in high school, that transition to undergrad was a rough one. So academic readiness, again, will vary, but we're going to talk about how med school admission people will try to answer or evaluate an applicant's academic readiness. And then, of course, commitment to the profession. Kind of like what Rachel mentioned earlier. If you've done something for just 6 months, compare that to a non-traditional applicant. They might have more experience, longer commitment to volunteer opportunities and so forth. So look at the admission process through these two sort of objectives. So here's a snapshot of all applicants. Every single applicant who applies to med school will have these items. Okay. Now, we don't know sort of to the degree or a quantitative variation. Obviously, we'll talk about that. But in terms of will they have these items? Yes. So what we're going to start off with, and I've color-coded this. If you go back, academic readiness is blue, commitment to the profession is red. Just keep that in mind because I have it corresponding with that objective. So what are the items that med school admission committees will use to gauge the academic readiness? GPA. That's not a surprise. GPA gives the admission committee members confidence that an applicant is ready for the rigors of med school curriculum. Lower the GPA, the more nervous and risk-taking it is for them to do so. Second, we have MCAT. MCAT scores. Now we could talk about, well, standardized tests are biased. They do not accurately measure. We can claim all that, but the reality is it is being used I have to say currently, because those of you that are following know that the USMLE, the boards went from, a numerical score to a pass, no pass. So that'll make differentiation more challenging for them, because again, all of these are very comfortable tools that admission committee members use to differentiate applicants, because here are the differences. You got this person with a 3.9, you got this applicant with a 3.4. So when there is a difference, it makes the decisions easier. Now, are we going to say that admission is all about the GPA and the MCAT? Of course not. We already know that is not true. In fact, I have done a fun exercise with my Postbac students where I've asked them, here's a list of all the former students I have worked with. Try to guess what their outcome was. Did they get into MD? Did they go on to DO? Or did they not get into neither? And the pieces of data that they were given was the science GPA, the overall GPA, and their MCAT score, the best MCAT score. And so they needed to, I believe it was about 50 cases that they were trying to predict, what was the outcome. So those of us that are more comfortable with statistics, you got 1 out of 3, right? So a third of the 50 you should get right based purely on chance. Well, it turns out they did far worse than chance. Many of them thought because they had a higher MCAT score, let's say, that they probably ended up MD. If they had a lower GPA and lower MCAT, they probably ended up in neither. I mean, there are these sort of heuristics that I think my students use to try to predict the outcome. So again, GPA, MCAT, they're important. They address the academic readiness. But again, when you start talking about a 3.83, 3.87, 3.91, I mean, that graph of the impact, the weight of that variable, it starts to asymptote. So, whether you have a 3.95 or a 3.92, it really doesn't make a difference, because in the minds of the committee members, you are academically ready. And of course, again, these are not viewed in isolation. They are viewed in the whole application. And so we move on to the other parts of the application. Clinical experience. Now, this one is red because remember from the previous slide, we got academic readiness and then commitment to the profession. Your clinical experience is critical. I have yet in my 20 years of experience worked with a student who applied to med school and got an acceptance who had no clinical experience. I think we can all agree that that is absolutely, true. So make sure that all of you have clinical experience. So snapshot of all applicants, everyone's going to have GPA, MCAT, clinical experience. Volunteer, right? I can't think of an applicant I've worked with where they had 0 volunteer experience. Okay, moving on. Now, scribe EMT, that one I should have put an asterisk because not everyone's done it. But again, having been in this space for as long as I have, scribing didn't even exist, 20 years ago. EMT was around, but again, it's almost like fashion trends. It's like these trends where people hear, I heard this person did EMT, and it just gains popularity. It becomes the trendy thing to do, EMT. Another one that I don't have here that's become very, very popular is international medical missions trip. You guys know what I'm talking about. Central America. Everybody's got to go to Central America. Of course, the Central America, the country might vary from applicant to applicant, but it very much is the same sort of checklist. So moving on, I put research experience here. It's purple. And where do I get the purple color from? It's sort of a mixture of the red and blue. Some committee members will look upon research as an indication, as a proxy for academic readiness. And others might just see it as, no, you were just basically a lab assistant. So that one is kind of tricky. So it's really, really important that when you talk about and communicate your research experience, that you do so in a very detailed way. Publication, again, that may or may not go towards readiness. You got reference letters. Everyone's going to have reference letters. And then, of course, everyone's going to have personal statement. So Postbac programs, again, if you're a non-traditional student, meaning that definition could also apply to not just age, but your decision to pursue medicine. Maybe you've come late to that realization that you want to pursue medicine. You know, you have students who thought one major, one career, and then they change and pivot towards medicine. So what you will need to do is you need that basic science foundation. So biology, chemistry, OChem, physics, mathematics, statistics. So there's some very basic minimum coursework that you need to do. Now you can do that on your own. That's why I have here, do it yourself. Or you can go through a postbac program. And postbac programs have the added advantage of academic advising. You have someone that you can go to for just questions and answers. And also, like we've been talking about, help with making decisions. Co-curricular activities. Some programs have an MCAT prep kind of built in. They do some interview prep. I mean, there's a lot of other sort of peripheral support that goes in with the postbac program. And then, of course, support with the application. You'll get letters. Some places will advertise that all of their postbac students will get a letter. You'll get, obviously, feedback on all aspects of your candidacy. They might even help you with choosing which program to apply to. Like Rachel gave you an excellent advice about looking at the school's mission. So some states by law cannot, or very, very frowned upon to take out-of-state students. So here are all the advantages of doing a postbac program. But here we know that everything in life has disadvantages. So what's a disadvantage of postbac program? Is the cost. Postbac programs can be very expensive. So you can do all your homework online and see what the costs are. But those are some of the highlights of doing the postbac route. Let me go back and talk also about DIY. DIY, you can do that, right? There's a lot of information out on the web. Community colleges, state schools, extension, right? A lot of the UCs, for those of you in California, UCs have extension programs where you can take classes, and they're far, far cheaper than going through a postbac program. So you can do it yourself. You can go through a formal program, but the important thing is going back to what we talked about from the very beginning. How are you going to differentiate yourself and address those two objectives that med school admission committees are looking to answer? Are you academically ready? Meaning, will you be successful? And then also, are you truly committed to this profession of becoming a physician? And if you are basically, writing your personal statement, as many, many applicants do, it follows sort of almost a Hollywood script. I mean, since I was 5 years old, I can't imagine doing anything else and so forth. I mean, while that may be true and that captures your experience, it doesn't help the committee members make decisions, because as we've been talking all along, decisions need differences. And so again, you don't have to do some novel thing like I volunteered on a hot air balloon, helping a surgery take place, 20,000 feet above ground. You don't need some outrageous thing like that. Novelty is not it. I mean, I think students confuse novelty with being unique. But it is, the best way I could explain is this way, and I'll take questions. The best way to explain it is all of you guys are pretty much using the same ingredients. If we're going to transition to a culinary analogy, all of you guys can have the exact same ingredients, but all of you will produce your own dishes. It'll be different. There will be variations. So focus on thinking about it in those terms. Don't get so fixated on, I need organic grass-fed beef. I need to have all the freshest ingredient. I mean, yeah, that could help, but let's face it. Having watched enough cooking shows with my family, you could have the best ingredients and the outcome is horrible. You burn something, or you put too much of a seasoning. So it's not so much the ingredients, but it truly is how to capture everything together. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and take some questions. I hope there's some questions, or I'm just going to interpret that as I did such a great job. I answered all the questions and there's no questions left. So let me go ahead and stop sharing here. All right.
Okay, we have some questions in the chat. If you do have questions, go ahead and post them. We'll try to get to as many as possible. Okay, first question here. Does the volunteer experience have to be medical related? For example, I volunteer with a couple different cultural and human rights organizations. Is that also acceptable?
Not only is it acceptable, it's a beautiful differentiator. I mean, when you look at the volunteer experiences, so here's where, again, just because you volunteer or just because you do kind things doesn't make you a kind person. Just because you volunteer doesn't make you an altruistic person. Because imagine an applicant who has nothing but medically related volunteer experiences. How will the reviewers know the motive behind why they volunteered in a medical? Is it truly because that's what they enjoy? Could be, right? It could be. But it could also be because they're thinking, okay, that's what we're looking for. They want to clearly show that medicine is their thing. But I would argue you want to have non-medical clinical. In fact, that's why that option exists in AMCAS and ACOMAS. I mean, you can put non-medical clinical related volunteer experiences, and those are really, really nice because it also reveals about who you are, does it not? I mean, if you're interested in those special, causes, that's wonderful. Because now you are doing what these applications were meant to do, which is to help the med school admission committee members get to know who you are, not what you just did, right? I talk about that quite a bit. It's not about what you did. I did this, I did that. Well, that's great that you did those things, but the real undergirding sort of question that really drives these admission committee members is to try to figure out who the heck are you? Right? I mean, that's great you did those things, but who are you? And that you have to understand that concept. But again, really, you have to shift the way you think about this process. I mean, just because you think that, well, this person got in because of these things, therefore I need to do that. Like, for example, one of the things that I hear all the time is research experience. Oh, I don't have research experience, so I need to get research experience. Really? I mean, that would be equivalent to someone who's, I don't know, trying to find a significant other, in a long-term relationship and say, no one's going out with me. But you know what? My friend, he rides a motorcycle. So you know what? I'm going to go get a hug and I'm going to get a motorcycle and then someone's going to go out with me. I mean, what kind of way of thinking is that? But that happens all the time. We'll have students say, well, this person did this extracurricular, so therefore I got to do that extracurricular. No, what you really want to do is capture who you are, because here's the reality, everyone. You don't have to try to be different, right? Just think about it, with how many, I think it's around 7 billion people on this planet, no two are exactly alike. Yet when you look at the pre-med population, you got a lot of people who look just like each other. You got comparable GPAs, comparable MCAT. You guys went to, if you're a California student, everybody went to a UC or CSU. I mean, it's just really hard to differentiate because the applicants' pool looks so similar. Okay, great question. Next question.
Next question is, as a career changer, do medical schools look down on taking the prereqs at a community college?
In a public domain, they would say no. But behind closed doors, I know for a fact that they do. Especially sort of the old school admission committee members, they look upon it as not as rigorous. But you also have to understand, I think, sort of the younger and more recent admission committee members who are younger, they know to be more critical in the way they assess that first question of academic readiness. Because think about it this way. If your community college grades are all vowels, and then you transfer to a 4-year institution, and then you get a bunch of B's and C's, no A's. That is concerning, is it not? In fact, I saw that a lot. I did my undergrad at UCLA, go Bruins in the house. I saw a lot of students who were extremely successful during community college, and then they transferred to UCLA and they really struggled. And so that does raise some concern for the admission committee members, but this is where they also get to look at if there's any additional coursework. So if you are a non-traditional applicant, you probably have had some additional courses completed after you graduated from undergrad. So they'll look at those grades. And again, they'll look at those grades to try to gauge, are you a stock that's turning and on the up and up? Or are you just still academic risk? And the other thing that they can do, very, very likely they will do, is they will look at your MCAT score and compare it alongside your GPA. Because if you have low MCAT scores, you have high community college grades, but low, 4-year institution, that will raise some yellow flags for, some committee members. But if you have A's in community college, you have A's and B's in your 4-year institution, you have a pretty, respectable MCAT score, then there's no reason to worry. But there is a bias, right? I mean, we all have biases, you know. I mean, we can get into another whole session on the biases between MDs and DOs and that whole conversation. So thank you for that question. So it really depends. We cannot generalize and say, you know, don't take classes at community colleges, take it at Harvard. You know, when I used to work at USC, I had some students who took their summer classes at Harvard, and I would ask them, why'd you do that? Well, they made an assumption that if you take it at a good school, that somehow you're going to get, you know, extra points for that. No, high school is over. You got to leave high school behind. No more extra points for honors and AP classes. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. As a non-traditional student with a family and who works full-time, schools understand that I may not have the quantity of clinical or volunteer hours that other students have.
Fantastic question, Jordan. So I have worked with students with family, married, you know, and a lot of students these days have dogs and pets, which is kind of like being responsible for another life. So absolutely, they will take that into consideration. But the way you need to think about it is this way. They understand you have these other obligations and responsibilities, but if they have to try to answer the question of, you know, with all of those other competing responsibilities, can you still be successful in their medical school? That's the way they're going to be interpreting your candidacy. Because if you can demonstrate that, yes, you have these, you know, all these other forces pulling you in different directions, but that you're still able to perform at a level that is going to be, you know, helping you get through med school and graduate, then they're going to be fine. In fact, I love working with non-traditional students because they have a lot more differentiators, right? I mean, we've been talking about decisions and differences, and so absolutely. But med school admission committees will not take a risk if you convey throughout your application that your family needs you, you are the primary, you know, income source, and it really conveys this integral role that you play, and it really conflicts with your ability to devote yourself to a full-time medical school, you know, commitment. They are going to be weary, right? I mean, it just only makes sense that they don't want to set up people for failure. So they're going to do their due diligence to try to gauge whether someone who is non-traditional with all these other commitments and responsibilities, can they still be able to do well in medical school? It's the same thing, very similar when I get questions about mental health. You know, students will ask, should I disclose it? Should I not? You know, students will say, I will disclose it if it helps me get in, but I will keep it a secret if I don't, if it's going to be used against me. Again, it has to do with being true and authentic to yourself and thinking, will they feel comfortable? Will they have confidence that I will still be successful despite all of that? You know, if you are dealing with mental health issues, how are you coping with that? So excellent question. And again, you'll start to, you know, see that the process is pretty transparent, as Rachel mentioned earlier, but it can feel daunting, and it really requires persistence. So kudos to all of you. It's a pretty tough road. It's a road that I thought I wanted to go down many, many years ago. And then I discovered the love for education and teaching and mentoring. So any other questions here?
I believe we are all out of time for questions.
All right. Well, thank you so much. What a fun time I've had. Thank you so much for having me, Giovanni and Rachel and Leanne and Ryan Gray, Dr. Ryan Gray. Thank you so much to all of you for having me. I love, this is my passion. You know, students talk about passion to help people. I love to help people who help people. So thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful rest of your day at the conference. This is an amazing event. And have a wonderful 3-day weekend.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to have Dr. Wright introduce our next speaker. Here we go.
Here I am. Can you hear me okay?
The audio's a little scratchy.
Okay, we'll work on that. Let's see here. Let me try this. All right, let's see. How's that? Is that better?
No, that's
How's that? Is that any better?
Yes, perfect.
A lot better? Good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you, Giovanni, for that, and we'll move on to the next session. I want to introduce our next speaker and bring her on, and there we go. Kathleen, how are you?
I am well. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. We're very excited to have you with us, and I think it's going to be a great 45 minutes or so. And Rachel Grubbs, the co-founder of Mapped and our chief operating officer, should be in the room in a few minutes to also greet you and to take over for me. But just for now, I'd really like for you to just introduce yourself to us. Let us know a little bit about you and kind of your background, and just highlight yourself. Here's the time to ring your own bell, in other words.
Okie dokie. Well, I got my start in medical education at UT Medical Branch in Galveston, and I had just finished my master's as a reading specialist when they hired me there. So I was really glad to hear Rachel earlier emphasizing the importance of reading and learning to read critically. And what we found was that students had obviously done really well in their undergrad, right? Or they wouldn't be in med school, but they just sometimes hit a wall whenever they began med school. And part of it was because of the amount of reading that they were required. So I also work with undergrads, and I often ask them, how many pages per week are you assigned? And it's usually in the 50 to 100 pages. I've heard as much as 200 pages of reading in undergraduate. But there was research that was done in the late 1980s that showed med students were required to read about 1,000 pages every week. And so you can imagine, right, that the strategies that you used in undergrad that worked at 100 or 200 pages a week just started to fall apart with the requirements to get through med school. And so that's when my co-author, Dr. Jean Kelman, and I started looking at the research to see how can we help these smart students, take in more information, put it in their long-term memory, and then be able to pull it back out again. And we found that there really wasn't any system that had been developed for med students. And so we went back to the literature and found bits and pieces and then put together a system of study for students in professional school.
Oh, wow. So this is pretty big stuff here we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. So you mentioned that a lot of students have transition issues between undergrad and medical school. And I'm just wondering, in your experience, is that pretty common?
It is. And it's interesting because there's a lot written about transition into the profession itself. But because I don't know this for a fact, but I have a feeling that because professional school, med school, looks like their undergraduate, that people are expecting the experience to be the same. So their expectations are that I'll be able to do more of what I was able to do in undergrad. But then, as you well know, with the volume and the pace of med school, that's what takes them off guard.
Absolutely. So what can a student do as an undergraduate that will help prepare them for what they're going to face as a med student? This is always a big question. My experience is students always want to know, what can I do? What can I do? What can I do to be better and better prepared and better able to succeed in medical school? And what can they do as an undergrad that would really help them in that process?
Well, I just happen to have written a book for those very students, and it's the same strategies that we use to teach the med students. And what we've done is we use examples that they'll be coming across whenever they're still in college, but it's the very same strategies that we used with our med students. And the steps are learning how to prepare for lecture, And I mean that cognitively, not just, looking good for class that day, but preparing academically for the class. And then how to make lecture really count while you're sitting there listening, if it's streamed or whether it's live. How can you really get the most out of that time? And then after you've gotten a lot out of your lecture period, what do you do with that information? How can you keep it fresh? How can you put it in your long-term memory? And then how can you keep pulling it out so the memories become stronger instead of fading?
Yeah, that's one thing that cramming for a test doesn't do very well, right?
Yeah.
And this is a big issue in undergraduate school amongst undergraduate students, is this mentality that I'm gonna cram the night before the test.
Right.
I'm gonna do well on the test, and then what happens to that information?
Right. Exactly. And I call that an heroic effort. So you give it your all, there at the last minute. And again, that's one of the strategies that starts to break down in med school because it's not sustainable. You can do a heroic effort every once in a while, but you can't do it day in and day out and still have good physical health and good mental health, like we've been talking about earlier today.
Right, absolutely. And so when a student, I used to have students who would try to get the books before med school and start going through the books before med school and start reading ahead and stuff like that. Is that something you suggest, or probably not a good idea?
Well, it depends on partly their rationale, but also their approach, because we do teach students to prepare before they go to lecture. And so if they were looking at it like that, if they were thinking, I'm going to learn everything in this textbook before med school starts, probably not the best approach. But do you want to know what the vocabulary is that the professor is going to be using? Yes, you do. Otherwise, you're going to be lost during lecture. Do you want to know where the class is going to go so you can be engaged and you can ask intelligent questions? Yes, you want to do those things. Absolutely.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. Now, I noticed that we're going to put up here, you have a website, vitalstudyskills.com. Tell us a little bit about your website and what a student can find there.
We're actually transitioning and updating it. So what they find there will probably not be the same as it will be in a few weeks. But there we have the first chapter of 6 Steps to College Success can be downloaded. So if students want to, get a little taste of our writing style and what they're going to find in the book, that's available there. We have links to the other books that we've written. These strategies have been used with students in many of the different health sciences. And so we have a book for med students and we have a book for nursing students, as well as the one for pre-meds.
Awesome. Very good. Well, our co-founder MAPT has joined us, Rachel Grubbs.
Hello, guys. Sorry,
Hey,
a little hiccup about who was supposed to be where, but
I'm
here.
No worries. We're just chatting about success in undergrad and how to transition that into success as a strong medical student, and talking a little bit about what students can find on the vitalstudyskills.com website. And I'm very interested in these 6 steps. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, and I'll see if I can get some of them on the web.
Yeah, I think back one. Yeah.
There we go. All right, Rachel, I'm going to let you handle it.
Okay, cool. Presenter. Please stand by while I get my tech organized. Okay, how's that look? There we go. So Kathleen, thanks so much for being here today and for chit-chatting with Scott while it was funny, my schedule said I had a break, and then I was like, well, I'll see what's going on. And I was like, wow, Kathleen's session looks really popular. And I was like, wait, aren't I doing that?
That name sounds familiar, huh?
I feel like I have her slides. Yeah. So yeah, I appreciate everyone bearing with me. Yeah. So since I'm catching up, I assume we kind of already talked a little bit about who you are. kind of what you do. Do you want to go through some of these slides together? You can just sort of let me know when you're ready to get on to each next one, and I'll click it. And then I think we left plenty of time for questions from the audience as well, right?
Go ahead and just click through the next couple if you would. So we've talked about so much to learn, so little time. Let's stop on this one for a minute because the strategies that we've come up with obviously address learning the content, but some of the steps to college success have to do with body management, which have to do with sleep, nutrition, and exercise. And then mind management, which has to do with how you talk to yourself and your ability to focus and really be able to pay attention to what's in front of you. And so all of those are addressed in our study system.
Okay, cool. That's great. I love to see the body management. I think that's so important to success.
It is.
Exactly.
And some of the sessions that I've sat in earlier today that you were part of, where we talked about the good mental health, and part of good mental health is good physical health, right? It's all so intertwined.
Right. Yeah. And even if you're thinking about it from like the neurochemistry part of it, right? Like, what are you doing to get, either oxytocin or your serotonin or your dopamine or your endorphin, right? Like what things are you doing to make that happen in your body and your mind?
Exactly.
All right, next slide.
Yes, please. So this boils down the research that Dr. Jean Kelman and I came up with, and these are strategies that we teach our pre-med students, our med students, and our vet students, all the ones that I work with. And it's preparing for lecture. And I briefly talked about that before, but that'll do two things for students. It'll either activate prior knowledge if you already know something about the topic, or if you know nothing about the topic, it's going to start building that mental framework for you. So that's important before you go to lecture. And then to give students a purpose for reading, instead of just pages turning. I had a student one time say to me, pages turning does not equal students learning. And I was like, ooh, that's good. So just because pages are turning doesn't mean you're taking in the information. So to give you a purpose to read, we teach students some specific note structuring techniques that they can make the information more highly organized. And if it's really highly organized, it's easier to put in your long-term memory, and it's easier to pull back out of your long-term memory too.
Great.
Then the next step, everybody reviews, right? I mean, that's just part of preparing for an exam, but nobody self-tests because it's kind of painful to do. If you take a self-test and then you score it, you may have missed some, right? And that does not feel very good. But the beauty is, if you will do that before a teacher gives you a test, it gives you time to remediate and you get to fill in any gaps, and you're going to end up with a much better grade if you will test yourself before the teacher tests you.
Right.
And then I know that for the MCAT prep work that you have done in the past, we've talked about this, that just because you've taken a test, your work is not done. Is it? You need to score and analyze, what did I miss? Why did I miss that? In order to keep from making those same mistakes again.
Yeah. Yeah. And with MCAT in particular, we say analyze what you got right as well. Because one, if you only look at what you get wrong, the MCAT's already kind of disheartening test.
Yeah.
So it could be really upsetting. It can be disheartening. But also what we find with the MCAT is that some of what you got right wasn't based on content knowledge. It was critical reading or narrowing down. And that's great. That's an important part of the MCAT, particularly in cars, is your ability to read really nuanced, subtle answer choices where they all look kind of the same, except for maybe like one word. And sometimes you're not so much thinking, what do I think is right, as what does the MCAT think is right, and just thinking like the test. And part of that test analysis, so doing your self-test, but then doing the scoring and analysis, is figuring out when you did narrow it down and get to the right answer.
Right. Exactly. And so we encourage students to keep testing themselves on the material until they get to 90%. I mean, you made the notes, right? So that's not unreasonable. And then you know you're ready to go, and you can quit studying whenever you're consistently getting the answers right. So again, that's often something that students have not built in to a study system. They think, you know, I will study until they hand me the test and then I'll quit or until I log into it. No, if you know the information and it's a day or two before the test, you're good. You can look over it again, but you do not have to sweat and worry if you have data that shows, I know this stuff.
Yeah. And conversely, I've seen people make a choice to review based on time. So I'm going to spend 2 weeks on each chapter, and there's 12 chapters. So there's a 24-week plan, but then not do this review test and score analysis and sort of thing. But I went through all the chapters, and I had a student once, I mean, and no disrespect to her, she was just really mentally stuck, where she was scoring like 124s, 125s on the MCAT. And when I said, I think this isn't just, you know, this isn't just critical reading, it's content, she was like, but I don't want to read the chapters again. I already did it. I'm like, well, you don't necessarily even have to read the chapters again, but you have to do something to work on what you're getting wrong. You can't just say, but I put in the time, right? Because it isn't really about the time, it's about the goal. So you might do time to help yourself do the work as you go, right? So that you're doing it in bite-sized pieces, but you got to keep going until you get to a number that you're happy with. You know, sometimes with the MCAT, we say 70 or 80% right is good enough. 90 is obviously ideal, but the MCAT curve's pretty hard. So if you're getting 70 or 80% right, you're actually in pretty good shape.
Exactly. Yeah.
But you still have to find some metric that you're shooting for. Where do you think people fall down the most on this flow chart? Like, is there one? So I was talking about sticking points for the MCAT, but with studying for school, with studying for med school, do you think there's one particular box in this chart where they're the most likely to stumble?
It may be in the note making where you have to structure the information, because that's hard. It's easy to read, it's easy to answer questions, but doing the work of internalizing it and taking difficult concepts and translating them into something that's meaningful to you is hard work, and let's not pretend it's not. So I think it's probably in the middle box where it's structuring the content, but if students are willing to do that work, that's what embeds it in the long-term memory, right? Because there's a whole idea of desirable difficulty. If something's too easy, it just doesn't stick. Doesn't make any difference. But if you have to put some effort in, then it's more likely to stick with you for the long term.
Good. Okay.
And those are my books that I already mentioned.
All right. Study Without Stress, 6 Steps to College Success. There's, the other one is for nursing, right?
Right.
So these books, I mean, they're available really wherever booksellers go. I'm going to place a link in the chat, but if you go to nationalpremedday.com and then go to the speaker bio for Kathleen, you will see that all of her books are there in one place, so you can see what she has to offer.
Okay, thanks.
I know you covered some of this stuff before I got here, so I'll just keep kind of slowly going through slides unless you tell me to stop. Ooh.
So yeah, let's talk about time, shall we?
Yeah.
I was actually with a group of faculty members earlier this week and was able to ask them if the average amount of time spent in either class or small group work, if that was an accurate range. And at their particular school, they said it was 26 hours a week. And so I think my 20 to 30 hours for med school requirements is definitely in the ballpark for that.
Yeah. This is amazing. Like, I look at this graph and I just think, like, I tend to not chart my life this organized, right? And you forget how many hours different things eat up. You know, this is a really nice concrete way to think about it.
Yeah. And I'd like to, point out that obviously you have more free time whenever you were in college, but there is time for other things even whenever you get to professional school. I know some students think that they imagine it as a time when they're like locked in a dark room studying 24 hours a day, you know, and then the only thing they do other than that is take exams. And that's not what it's like at all, right? You have a real life, you have friends, you get to go and do things. And the more highly organized you are, the less you have to worry about time away from study, because you have a time and a place when you know that's going to happen.
Right.
And actually, Scott asked me something that I didn't get to fully address about how students can start preparing for professional school while they're still in college.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the things that we're talking about right now. Go ahead and learn how to prepare before you go to class. Get more out of lecture. Be more engaged. Learn how to test yourself and to think like a teacher, to think like an MCAT question might be asked. And you can do a lot of things while you're in college that are going to make you a much stronger applicant as well as med student.
Right. Yeah. And one of the things I hear from med students a lot is that no matter how strong their study skills were in college, they had to reinvent them in med school. Mm-hmm. So sometimes people will say to me, like, well, I don't know what study skills I need to build for med school. I'm like, it's much more about building self-awareness and, like you were saying, prep, because I mean, a lot of us have learned how to study online thanks to the pandemic, but often going from college to med school is the first time that you found that a lot of your lectures are video. And that might change. You know, are you watching on 2x just to get an idea of it and then watching slowly? I did Wharton data analytics 2 summers ago, and some of that math I had to watch on half X. You know, like, I'm good at math. I wouldn't say I'm quick at math. You know, and I was so grateful that I was watching on videos and not live, because you can't tell a real life professor to go at half X.
Yeah, right. Can you slow down, please? Yeah.
Oh, you know, and I pause them and make some notes and do the math problem and then hit play again. Oh, it was wonderful. I loved it. I mean, I think sometimes people complain about online, but I think it's an amazing way to learn. But yeah, one of the big things that really happens as you get further and further into your academic career, I find, is that flipped classroom model, where in class is less learning and more analysis of what we've learned. And, you know, for a long time in school, I skated by going to class and then doing the reading, and I found the reading more palatable because I'd already been in class, and you just can't keep up if you do it that way. At some level, at some point, you get to where if you're continuing to do the pre-med med path, that just won't work for you anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's a rude awakening when you think, oh, I thought I was pretty good at this, and now I have to find a whole new way to be good at it.
Exactly. And I think the secret is what you just said, Rachel. It's self-awareness, and that is, and also then being able to quickly adjust instead of just hoping that things get better. I did bad on the first exam. I'm going to keep doing the same things and hope it gets better on the second exam. Please don't do that. That's not reasonable to even assume that that's going to happen.
Yeah. All right, let's keep toggling through a couple of these slides, and then I see we're getting some good questions in the audience too.
Yeah, I just want students to know every time I present this information, this is not something that I just made up or that I did myself in graduate school. This is all based on research that's been done over many decades and that we have tested on real live students for the last couple of decades.
Great. Oh, wait, did I go backwards?
No, you did not. I showed this multiple times because any student who works with me, I ask them to commit this to memory. And
repetition is learning.
It is. And we even do it as a chant where we do it repetitively. And so the secret there is whenever they sit down to study, I want a student to say, am I going to pre-read? Am I going to make notes? Am I going to review? Am I going to self-test? Am I going to score and analyze? And they're always going to do one of those activities. And so it really cuts down the amount of time it takes to really focus on the task in front of you because you have a limited number of activities that are going to move you forward.
I think that's brilliant. I love that. All right, guys, let's keep going.
That's it.
All right. So vitalstudyskills.com. We're not done with the session. We've got plenty of time for Q&A. That's just it for our slides. Hey, what's that flow chart, friends? What are you going to do the next time you sit down and study? Are you going to pre-read? Are you going to read and make notes? Are you going to self-test? Or are you going to score and analyze? I love that. Okay, I'm going to stop screen sharing for now. We can always bring that back up if we need a reference.
Okay.
Lots of questions in the audience. Let's start this. So Teffy she says, I found that taking notes traditionally doesn't always work for me. Are there other ways you can take notes that prove to be effective? What do you think?
Well, I'm going to assume that whenever the student says traditionally, that they mean just a sheet of paper where they're just writing words down a piece of paper. And of course, that's better than nothing. But let's talk about what the most effective note type is that has been found. And that is actually a matrix, or what we call a category chart. And that is where you have to impose organization. Well, like the time chart where I was comparing the college to the med school, that's a category chart. Anytime you compare things, that's going to help organize the information either as you're listening or as you're reading. And it's going to help your brain be able to absorb it better and then be able to pull it out better too. So try a category chart the next time you need to make a note on something.
I love that. Yeah, I'm a big fan of matrices and tables. So I'm glad to hear that I was intuitively getting to the right thing. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Anki. Anki is huge in the MCAT and USMLE world these days. Abby asks, could making notes apply to making Anki cards? I've heard a lot of people swear by it. What do you think?
And absolutely, there's that is equivalent to what I would call a flashcard, where it's just question and answer. And there's definitely a time and a place for that. I think that type of tool tends to be overused by students, though, because it's very simple to make and it's very simple to use. But sometimes that removes, remember, that desirable difficulty. It removes that layer of deeper thinking that's required to really be able to understand something, make it truly your own, and put it in your long-term memory. So don't rely too heavily on any one tool would be my general advice. And then if you will look at what the task is, what it is that you're trying to learn, then you can better choose, is Anki going to be the best tool for me, or should I be making another type of note?
Great. Heather asks, what are your recommendations for how to go about self-testing as an undergraduate? I've always made my own test questions, but do you have recommendations to streamline this process? Well, first of all, congratulations that you're already making your own test questions. That's awesome.
Absolutely. Well, you're going to think that I only know one thing, but I'm going to mention category charts or the matrix again, because whenever you have that set up, you can just use a sheet of paper, or if you're doing it on your computer, just a box, and blank out all the insides. That leaves you with the column and the row headings. You refill it in again, either by hand or typing, and you've just self-tested over your notes.
Nice.
And it's already set up to do that. Isn't that brilliant?
That is so smart. So I'm just showing you guys the do you have the time, because this is an example of a category chart, right? It's a grid. Right? So it's got categories and then the different possible occurrences of the categories. So that when we're saying category chart or matrix, this is an example of what one looks like. So this one happens to be about time spent for studying, but it could be chemical processes or, whatever, right? Any, maybe it's a bunch of formula.
It could be.
Yeah. Okay,
and if students want to see a number of examples of them, the University of Michigan School of Medicine, if you go to their website and look at anatomy tables, someone has taken their entire anatomy course and made it into matrices or category charts.
That's amazing.
It is a thing of beauty. It's amazing.
Love that. Okay, cool. Let's see. Well, here's a tough one. So Boomer says, I do not have self-discipline and do not follow the schedule. Is it possible to overcome that?
Absolutely. because we're not born doing that. It's just a skill, it's a habit, and absolutely you can. And I think I'm going to go back to what our very first speaker said this morning. Remember our keynote to Dr. Davis? The dedication, determination, and discipline, those are skills that can be learned. And I suggest that you start small, that you don't start with a huge goal, but that you break it down into little small parts. And that's going to help you get some quick wins in, and it will help you build those skills and those habits. Because again, we're not born with them. These are all learned skills, and you can learn them too.
Great. Yeah, and I guess, Boomer, what I would add to that is, for me personally, helping pre-meds, I find that one way sometimes to help with discipline is not just to approach it from the tactical stuff that Kathleen's talking about breaking into pieces, but also to find your why, right? So if you are dreaming of being a doctor and that's what you're thinking about, it might be that your self-discipline comes from the 4 hours a week that you get to do clinical volunteering, right? And then you're with the patients, and then you remember, this is what I'm shooting for. This is why the hard work is worth it. And then, I mean, completely on a tactical side, I'm a big fan of the Pomodoro technique. Like sometimes when I'm talking to pre-meds and they'll be like, well, just sit down and try to study for 4 hours and see how it goes.
No, please don't.
I mean, like on the one hand, I admire you. And on the other hand, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I mean, and I'm not an expert on the Pomodoro technique, but basically you work for 25 minutes, you get a 5-minute stretch break. I can do anything for 25 minutes. Right. So, I'll shut down all my extra tabs. I silence my phone, and I just, and then the success for me is the time. It's not what I got done. I can't, I was joking before about I'm a kind of slow math learner. If I tried to put time pressure on how long I needed to wrap my brain around a new math concept, I would feel like a failure a lot of the time. But if I just say, I'm going to do 25-minute increments for 2 hours, and we'll see how far I got at the end of those 4 Pomodoro chunks. That's totally reasonable. And maybe I need to study more than 2 hours that day, but I'm probably not going to think about more than 2 hours at a time, just so I don't overwhelm my brain. That's just me.
Well, there's actually a good biological basis for what you're talking about, Rachel. And okay, everybody knows about circadian rhythms. That's our 24-hour rhythms, day and night. But there's also within the day something called Ultradian rhythms. And about every hour and a half to 2 hours, we have a period of peak alertness. And then we have what they call a trough of about 15 or 20 minutes when, you kind of feel like you need to take a break, you need to stretch, you're yawning, you're having trouble concentrating. And then that's followed by another period of alertness. And so you can set your study schedule around those naturally occurring rhythms to get the most out of your study time while still taking care of yourself, because you'll be having those breaks in between.
Okay, cool. That's great. Yeah, so follow up from Boomer. How students find their own study habits and improve, or how do students find their own study habits and improve? I have an undergrad degree, but still couldn't find my efficient study habits. I feel like I'm lacking something that other people pick up.
Well, again, I happen to have written a book that would be helpful to you, because what we did was we looked at the research of what do you need to do to prepare before you listen to a lecture. What do you need to be doing during that time period while someone's talking and you're taking in information? What do you do with that information afterwards? And then how do you make sure that you really put that in your long-term memory? And so instead of reinventing the wheel, I suggest you go ahead and look through the strategies that we teach, work through them, apply them to a class. This is not theoretical, okay? This all needs to be applied to some real material. And see, because you are bringing strengths to this, but there are probably gaps too that need to be shored up along the way. And if you'll just start implementing each of these strategies, your strengths can become stronger and your weaknesses get filled in.
Right. So I'm not going to post this one up just so that it's not in the recording, but someone put another follow-up that said, is this laziness or a mixture of laziness and imposter syndrome? I don't think lazy is really a thing. There is a conscious choice that people make to do nothing, which I think is a wonderful form of self-care. My do nothing days are some of my most glorious days. But if you desperately want to and you're feeling stuck, I don't think that's laziness. It might be imposter syndrome. It might be ADHD. And no, I'm not diagnosing you over chat. I'm just giving examples of various reasons, and that's one of them. It could just be plain old fear. Fear is a lot like imposter syndrome, but I think especially for those of us that were gifted children, and I'm not going to try to go too far down the therapy bent here, but if you were a gifted child, you might have accidentally absorbed the idea that smart is a character trait, not something you work for. And then when you had to work hard later, you were worried that it meant you weren't smart. You're still smart. You have raw talent and ability. And I also know some people who are doctors who are certainly bright, but it's not so much that they're smart as that they had tons of grit. Those 3 Ds, the determination, discipline, and what was the other one?
Determination, discipline, dedication.
Dedication, right? Smart is helpful. Hard work is more important. And yeah, it can sometimes be really scary, right? Like you get this idea that I don't want to fail, so I'm not going to do it. And you might not be thinking that consciously, but somewhere in the back of your brain that might be happening. I think the thing you can remind yourself is that a C is better than a 0. You know, like just get in there. Just get in there and start doing it. It's okay if you're not perfect, right? You get better with practice. So, you know, I assume if one person asks that question, a lot of people are thinking it. And it's important to me that we shouldn't be beating ourselves up about this, you know? Here's an interesting one. I don't know if this is in your wheelhouse, Kathleen, but I'd love to tackle it. What if a student has a specific learning disability and is a slow reader?
Well, if you've been diagnosed with a certain learning disability, there may be accommodations for you either at your university or at your medical school. So please take advantage of those. And I was just thinking earlier today that what a mistake that a lot of students make in their thinking is that by watching a video, that's going to be a better use of their time than reading a textbook. So I'm going to put a plug in for reading textbooks and other written materials, because the speaking rate of most people is around 130, 150 words a minute. The very slowest reader in the whole world is around 300 words a minute, maybe between 2 and 3. Anyway, you can see it's considerably faster than listening, right? And so even if you consider yourself to be, or someone has said you're a slow reader, I had a student who had a reading disability and was working on his MD and PhD. And he said to me, I know I just have to put in a little bit more time than my classmates do. So you absolutely can do it. But if you need accommodations, please make sure you get those so you can be your most successful. Great.
Yep. Yeah. One of my favorite people here on YouTube is Hank Green. And Hank recently, he's an educator. You guys he might have taught you biology. He does like crash course and SciShow and stuff. And one of the things he always likes to remind people is that he has some reading issues and has an 8th grade reading level. You know, and he's an educator who has educated thousands of people. And part of why he's good at educating is that he's not a super strong reader, but he's still got a master's degree in biochemistry. I'm pretty sure he did some reading to get it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, related to that, Carol asks, are there any tips on how to actively read faster? She says, I slow down a lot, I think is what she means, when I take notes while reading and would like to speed up my pace.
Well, the first thing is being focused on your reading is going to speed it up. And so what we recommend is that you estimate how long a page is going to take and then set a timer. And so you'll feel a little bit of pressure while you are reading to help you stay focused. And if you are taking notes while you are reading, no, it's just going to be slower. It just is. You can't read faster and make notes faster and comprehend all this, you know, just magically. But if you will do a quick pre-read, which is that very first box, right, before you go back and read it, that's going to help you read faster. You're going to understand more, and you're going to get a better set of notes. So I guess maybe the short answer is do a pre-read before you start reading, and that will speed things up for you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the pre-read too. Like Brian Schnedeker, who some of you guys, depending on how long you've been in the MCAT prep world, might remember him from his days at Next Step Test Prep. He used to say, your first pass is just skimming to get idea of the concepts and to look at the pretty pictures.
That's right.
And I mean, that really resonated with me. Like it's years and years later, and I still think that that's a smart way to go about the first chapter.
It is.
Okay, so we still have, gotta check my Kanban, I think 5 more minutes.
Okay. Well, can we go back and visit something that we were talking about a minute ago, Rachel?
Oh, definitely.
And again, this is a little more general, but I think it's important for students to know, the student who was, wondering about being lazy, an important concept that the Heath brothers have pointed out in their book, Switch, is that what looks like resistance is often just a lack of clarity, that you don't have that pinpoint focus of exactly what it is, the next step that you need to do. And so you just feel kind of stuck because you're not sure of the way forward. So just keep that in mind, that it could just be a lack of clarity as to what the next step is why you're feeling stuck.
Yeah, that's really smart. What I would chime in on that, and I'm going to say the word ADHD again, and I'm not diagnosing anybody in this room with that. I don't actually have it, but what I have found is that ADHD coping skills are actually human coping skills. No. So there's a YouTube creator called How to ADHD. I think her first name's Jessica. So Jessica has a video about the wall of awful. Right. And like everyone's wall of awful is different. And I find that when I have my wall of awful, it's exactly what you just said, Kathleen. I'm not actually stuck on one task. I'm stuck on 500 tasks, and I can't decide which one is first. And I was fortunate enough in my life to actually have a really wonderful manager and mentor who was diagnosed with ADHD as an adult. So I think she's who turned me on to like these tricks work for everybody, whether you're neurodivergent or neurotypical. These are really smart coping tricks. And what she used to say was, Rachel, just pick one. Doesn't matter what you do. Pick one. Just pick a thing. And then after you've done one, you feel a little more successful. So maybe you need clarity on what to do. And maybe you just need to like not do paralysis by analysis. We got 3 minutes remaining. Any questions from the audience? Or Kathleen, any other points that you want to really hit home and make sure if they walk away with, what are they? I promised you not to make you only do 1 point. There are key points that you want to reiterate to our friends here. What are they?
Okay. She's saying that because before I was just like, oh no, I can only make 1 point. And there are a number of different things that you can do to be successful. And one of them, let's go back to being self-aware again. And if you truly know yourself and what your strengths are and are really honest with yourself about those, that is such a great place to get started, because then you know what you can rely on, and it helps you know what skills you need to still learn and still gain some strength in those areas. And so being self-aware, actually, again, in our day and age of busyness and continuous partial attention, is one of those things where you need to disconnect and be alone and quiet, which is not as common as it used to be, perhaps. And just do some self-reflection and think about you and your desires and what would your ideal life be like, and then that can give you some ideas of how you can tap into strengths you already have and move forward in those.
Yep, that's great. All right, well, we only have a minute left, but people have reiterated that I missed a question they really wanted me to get to. Okay, so how can we use the flowchart when self-studying for the MCAT? Do you want to sort of speak about this as the study expert, and then I'll take an MCAT pass real quick?
Oh, perfect. So I would recommend you use a flowchart anytime there's a process or a cycle, because that will be things moving from one step to another. And the way you self-test on that is you just cover up one piece at a time and then recreate that for the self-test part. Good question, Rachel.
Yeah, I think that's great. So I mentioned my friend Brian Schnedeker before. somewhere on Student Doctor Net is a huge free self-study pan that he posted a few years ago. And it's like old MCAT, so the books, page numbers may not match, but he talks about this multipass system that is basically the same as Kathleen's study flow, which is you don't think about it for the entire test, right? You have to think chapter of a book at a time or concept at a time. So whether you're going through your Kaplan books or your Blueprint MCAT books, or maybe you're going through the WMC topic list, whatever it is, you take that one finite thing. Today I'm going to do waves, right? And then that's what the flowchart is for that concept. Right. And then what I personally think is great for the MCAT is not to do all the concepts in a row. Like I don't do all my physics and then all my chem and then all my bio, right? Do physics. And if you don't get a 90% when you do your self-test day, that doesn't mean you have to do more physics that second. Like I would do some review right now while it's fresh, but then, you know, wait 2 hours, come back, wait 2 days, come back, wait 2 weeks, come back. At some point, you're going to have done enough times that it will be going from the long-term to the working memory.
Yes. Yeah. And research actually backs you up on that, Rachel, of not sticking with one thing, but mixing it up. They call it interleaving. Will actually build stronger neural connections than just sticking with something, you know, until you fall over.
I love when my instincts are right. I was just thinking it because the MCAT jumbles it all together. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Like if you only think about chem or only think about physics on 2 completely different weeks, then your brain may not be prepared for the physical sciences section, which is asking you to do chem and physics and maybe even a little biochem all on the same day.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
All right. Well, we've run a minute over. That's not my strong suit, is on time. So I am super excited for our next session. But before we transition, I just want to say, Kathleen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm seeing a lot of heartfelt gratitude in the chat. I think you made a lot of people feel better today.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Sunny Nakai. Let me remove that comment from before. I'm trying to find where it went. I'm so excited that you're here. Why can't I make that comment go away? Maybe someone in the background can help me. Dr. Sunny Nakai, our session name today is quote, overrepresented, end quote, in medicine. Let's talk about it. I would love to have you tell the audience a little bit about yourself and then jump right into the topic. I know you as the former dean of UC of Riverside and now currently at, Cal Sciences, right?
California University of Science and Medicine. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. California University of Science and Medicine. I'm a little flustered with my back-to-back sessions. I'm losing my speech. So I've known you for a few years now. I'm always super impressed by what you have to say. Some of our students here may remember you from last year. I think you talked about choosing a school list, and that session was a giant hit. So I know today is a different topic, and I'm excited to see what you have to bring. And I'm going to hop into the background, so this is mostly your show. But if you need anything, I will be here.
All right. Thank you. So I'm happy to be here. I'm Dr. Sunny Nakai. I'm a Senior Associate Dean for Equity, Inclusion, Diversity, and Partnership at California University of Science and Medicine. I have been doing equity practice and diversity inclusion for about 20 years, since before it was sort of all the buzz. And I wanted today to engage you in an uncomfortable and difficult, but really necessary, critical, important conversation about representation in medicine. I see in some of the forums that this term overrepresented is used, and I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding around what the landscape looks like and where we're from. So whenever we have these contextual conversations about representation, I think it's important to look back in history. So I'm inviting you to this difficult discussion with me. If you're not up for a difficult discussion or for learning maybe a few new things that you weren't sure about before, feel free to bail. That's okay too. But hopefully you'll stick around and we'll get through this together. So I'm going to share my slides, my screen here. We're going to go with screen 2. Here we go. So hopefully everybody can see that now. We're going to be using Slido today. So I really want to talk about the history of allopathic medicine in the United States. You may not be aware of that. And of course, we're going to lean into some of this discomfort in order to advance justice. I'm hoping to inspire you to be a change agent as you come into medicine and join this profession, and help you understand the responsibility that we all have for diversity, equity, and inclusion work at our schools. So this is the Slido. You can scan this code with your phone. It will put you right into the poll, or you can go to slido.com in another tab on your computer or tablet and enter this code Premed21, and that's how you can join the poll today. I'm not collecting this data or information. It's really just meant to be interactive so that we can all see what each other are thinking and doing. So you're completely anonymous. Feel free to speak freely. As we get into this conversation, I can see folks are joining the poll. I want to begin by thinking about how proximal have you been to racism in your life so far? And that is, if we think about racism as a campfire, how close have you been? Have you sat around it your whole life? You feel like you've been shaped by it. You feel like it throws sparks and burns you constantly. Have you seen people be consumed by it? Maybe you just see the smoke from the hills. You know that there are people who sit around campfires, but you're not really one of those people. And we have to reflect for a second on our engagement and proximity to racism and what our personal experiences have been as a way to kind of set the tone for engaging in this conversation. So I'll give a few more people an opportunity to join. Let's just see what some of the responses have been. Okay, so some of us feel that we've witnessed it and we've supported others, but we've not been directly impacted. A little bit of experiencing it a few times, all the way to, experiencing it regularly and having our life shaped by racism, or it hasn't impacted us much, right? And other people's racism, or the racism impact on us, that's something that we have to be really aware of. I think our thoughts and learnings and approaches definitely are shaped by our lived experiences. So you can continue to join the poll. I ask you to kind of reflect on this as we move forward into this discussion. So how would you describe the conversations that you're having about race right now? So this will be a word cloud. Feel free to put in as many words as you'd like, but how would you describe conversations that we're having about race in medicine, in the pre-med context, on your social media? What words would you use to describe those conversations? Are they easy? Are they hard? Ooh, touchy. Yeah. Surface, right? Like we don't get into the nitty-gritty. We don't go deep. We avoid vulnerability at all costs, right? Like it tends to be sort of off limits. SES or disadvantaged, eye-opening. Okay, some people are having some eye-opening conversations. Intense, challenging, confrontational, divided. Afraid that being a model minority or Asian isn't enough. Confusing, okay. Silenced, one-sided, sure. You have to believe or think what I do or I'm gonna cancel you, right? A lot of denial, stereotypes. Transformational, that's a good one. Necessary but exhausting, sure. So yeah, we are having conversations about race across this entire spectrum, and I think it's definitely challenging to sort of figure out where do we fit in these discussions based on our lived experience in a way that honors ourselves, but also leaves space for new learning and support for our colleagues who are maybe have different experiences with racism and different proximities. So very good, our word cloud: challenging, confusing, necessary, and difficult. All right, so let's trudge on here. So I'm curious to know if you think that it's easier for underrepresented minority students to get into medical school, because this is something that comes up on forums quite a bit. And having been an admissions dean, and if you've seen my book, I write a little bit about this in my book to try to touch on some of the challenges with representation and the pools and whatnot. So I'm interested of sort of what are the perceptions out there about whether it's easier for underrepresented minority students to get in. Okay, so we have across the board, people are sort of not sure, somewhat true, completely false. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to consider this again, or ask you to consider this within a much larger context of the conversation we're going to have at the end of this. And hopefully the perceptions that you currently have might change or shift, or if they don't change or shift, the larger context for some of those things will be more apparent to you. So, okay, so overall we think that it's yeah, somewhat true all the way through to completely false, right? So thank you for your participation. Again, if you're just joining us, you can scan the QR code and join the poll at any time. And all of your responses are anonymous. We're not keeping them. I just do this as a way to kind of engage you because we're in virtual conference land. So rather than being all in a room together and raising our hands, we have the option of doing polls. Okay, so I want to talk about oppression, discrimination, and racism. Just to challenge you to think about, what is your place in DEI initiatives in life so far and in medicine? Have you engaged in these things as a means of sort of preparation? Have you lived this story and are living in it and really want to advance this? What does conscientious and inclusive engagement look like? Which is leaving space for us to be our authentic selves, but also still creating space for our colleagues who have different challenges than we do in these spaces. And if you're aware of these forces in your community or institution, why or why not? And how can we make our own experiences and engagement visible while still leaving room for our colleagues? So consider these intersections of identity that really kind of overlap in different forms of oppression, racism, discrimination, sexism, homophobia, all these things. So all of us have identities across these different domains that impact how we've gone to school so far, ways that we've engaged in healthcare, our own pre-med journeys. And so each of these intersections in different combinations exists for each one of us. So the key is really to use your empathy to find common ground with other folks who might be experiencing some of the same challenges. So a little secret about DEI and MD admissions and medical education in general is that we don't agree, right? So all the things that you said about these are touchy topics and we only hit the surface, all of those things apply to those of us on the other side who are having these conversations and trying to advance these ideas. There's tension within population parity arguments and between groups around, should we be really using race as a justification here? Is that fair to people that we're bringing in to say, you're only allowed to come into medical school because there are all these underserved communities that you're expected to go to, whereas everyone else can choose subspecialties that are much more lucrative, that don't have as much community demand, right? We can't solve all these problems with diversity alone. So representation, which we're sort of never going to catch up, but representation is not going to be enough to solve these problems. Putting people in the room is not going to change some of the structures. So race is not really a risk factor in health, but racism is. So what is our responsibility to think about the history of racism in medicine and how it has created the representation challenges we have, risk factors, things like that. So we're going to do a pop quiz. Again, this is not graded. This is not going to go on your transcript. So feel free to engage the questions honestly and fully, and no Googling and cheating, right? I'm going to try to go through them fast so you don't have time to Google this information. But we're going to talk about some history in medicine. So you can join the quiz. You can have whatever name you'd like. I think I can show the leaderboard sometimes, but maybe I'll just show at the very end. So you could be your initials, you can be super person, superhuman, anything that you'd like. So feel free to join the quiz and then we'll get started. I'm going to ask you some questions about the history of allopathic medicine. We're going to look at today's representation, do some historical events that are not very long ago, and hopefully broaden the perspective that you have about the profession that you potentially will be joining. Okay, so we have some folks joining. Awesome. Oh, happy tree, I like it. Anon, very nice. Okay. Looks like there's still some folks getting in. Again, you just scan the QR code and you'll be dropped in. And you answer these on your phone or on the tab that you have open on your screen. All right. So the Flexner report, which established accreditation standards for allopathic medicine, was published in what year? 1893, 1902, 1910, or 1919? You're on the honor system, not to cheat. This is probably an easy one to Google, but they're going to get harder, so don't worry. All right, I'm going to give you like 10 more seconds to choose your answer. I think we had around 45. All right. Okay, so this is what everybody voted, and the answer is 1910. So over 100 years ago, we established these standards, and actually a lot of the pre-med requirements that Flexner outlined have not changed. All right, there's our leaderboard, super fun. The consequences of the rise of allopathic medicine out of all the different types of medicine that existed at the turn of the 19th century were to standardize, regulate licensure, and professionalize the overall organization. So there were botanists and Thomsonian physicians and chiropractics and bone setters and all sorts of people, and they could all hang up a shingle and say that they were doctors, and it was not regulated. And so the goal of this was to sort of say, here's the education that you have to have. This is what makes you a doctor or not a doctor. A lot of it was to push out fraud, but a lot of it was interested in securing good competition to create a life of a trade and to make medicine much more profitable. Because if anybody can be a doctor, how do consumers discriminate against who's a good doctor and who's not? And how can we charge more for our services if everybody is doing it? Okay, so here's your next question. What percentage of practicing physicians in the United States were women in 1950? What do you think? 2%, 6%, 10%, or 18%? What percentage of practicing physicians in the United States were women in 1950? The Flexner report actually was a review of every medical school, supposedly every medical school in the country, to look at their facilities, their teaching, overview of their methods, and then they subsequently each year published medical education reports about each medical school, almost like the first kind of version of some crude US News and World Report type thing. And these are seen in the archives of the Journal of the American Medical Association, the JAMA archives. Okay, so we have a pretty close tie between 2% and 6%. In fact, it is 6%. So it's really not that long ago. And I think one of the reasons why, let's look at our leaderboard. Okay, great. SB, you're in the lead. One of the consequences of the rise of allopathic medicine was segregation, restriction of opportunity, and to make medicine elite. And so that meant that most of the schools that trained women were either dissolved into larger schools or were completely closed. So opportunities for Indigenous people, for Blacks, and for those who were in rural areas that trained under apprenticeship models, these all closed. So while the professionalism and the standards and the safety of medicine improved, the restrictions and the elitism of medicine really began with this. One of the things that it did was require undergraduate college. And so who had access to undergraduate college in 1910? Wealthy, cisgender, heteronormative, white, elite, landowning men, or the progeny of folks who have come from families as such, right? So this is a challenge that we are actually baked into the structure of the start of allopathic medicine are these three principles of elitism, restriction, and segregation. So a statue honoring J. Marion Sims, who was considered the father of obstetrics and gynecology, he experimented on enslaved Black women. It was removed from the New York Academy of Medicine grounds in what year? So it's a big bronze statue honoring this person who kept enslaved women in cages in his lab and did surgical experiments on them to try and further some of the treatment modalities to cure certain conditions that created complications in childbirth. And while you're voting, I'll tell you that one of the motivations for Dr. Sims was the fact that the importation of more slaves was banned in the United States. And so slavery was still alive and well, but the only way to get more slaves was through childbirth. So a big motivation of Dr. Sims to experiment on Black women was to ensure that they could survive childbirth and that their children could survive childbirth so that we could continue to reproduce more slaves. So even some of the motives of these medical advancements are rooted in oppression. And that is, that's part of historical fact. Okay, so we have some votes here. Yes, the answer is 2018. All right, Shinanu, you're in the lead. So this is a picture, a painting that really kind of almost aggrandizes this experimentation. This is Lucy, Betsy, and Anarka. They are the three women, according to Dr. Sims' journals, that he kept first-person journals of his experiments about these women. And this is very dispassionately, right, showing what this experimentation looked like. The statue came down as women protested. They're even thinking of changing the name of some of the tools, obstetrics tools, that are named after Dr. Sims. There are certain types of retractors that are named after Dr. Sims that are used for exams. So we have to really acknowledge that the history of medicine and advancements in science includes injustice for Indigenous, Black, Brown, poor, and non-male bodies. And I think that's an important acknowledgement to be making as you're moving into this profession. All right, next question. The first Black-owned and operated hospital opened in Chicago in what year? So what year was the first Black-owned and operated hospital opened in Chicago? It was actually an integrated hospital. It was not a segregated hospital. Despite the order of the day being segregation in healthcare, this hospital actually served poor whites on the south side of Chicago. Okay, so if you know your history, maybe some of you who are from Chicago, I lived in Chicago and actually had the fortune of seeing a lot of the historical archives from this hospital that still exist, and meeting some of the folks who keep the foundation for this hospital in the forefront of our consciousness in that region. All right, what do you think? Some of you are Googling, you should be guessing much quicker. Okay, so most of you thought it was 1921. In fact, it's 1891. So Riri, you're in the lead. Provident Hospital and Training School was opened in 1891 by Dr. Daniel Hill Williams and Dr. Emma Reynolds. You can go to this website, provfound.org, to learn more about it. It was on the south side on 36th Street. Daniel Hill Williams was the first African-American cardiologist, and he actually was the first person to perform open heart surgery. It was an interracial hospital, which again, despite the order of the day being exclusion, we have minority communities welcoming and caring for the poor and disenfranchised. He advocated for work in the community and co-founded the National Medical Association because African Americans were not allowed to join the AMA. We're going to talk more about that. And he was the first Black physician to be admitted to the American College of Surgeons. Not to be left off is Emma Ann Reynolds, a Black woman who graduated from an HBCU and dreamed of becoming a nurse. There was no program, so she helped found the Provident Hospital and Training School, right? A medical school that trained African-American physicians and nurses. Went on to attend the Women's College of Chicago and earned her MD, and then practiced medicine for years after that. So I like to point out there's the gender equity of these physicians who are serving underserved communities very early on and who are pioneering new techniques. And so medicine has really belonged to Indigenous people and people of color for as long as it has existed. But we sometimes forget about these early pioneers from these communities that were forced to start their own programs and did so and serve their communities for many years after training. So this is an incident that I hope that you learn from today how recent it was. 8 Black physician delegates were arrested in front of their colleagues for trying to enter a whites-only dining room where the Fulton County Medical Society, delegates of the American Medical Association were meeting, was hosting its national delegates meeting. And what year was this? What year were these 8 Black physicians going to a professional meeting of a society they belonged to, arrested for trying to sit in a whites-only dining room? What do you think? How long ago was this? It was actually at the Biltmore Hotel, and these physicians were walking in. Someone said, well, this is a whites-only dining room, so these colleagues are not able to join us. And I think they may have thought that people were just going to kind of look the other way. And one of the delegates actually brought up the issue. And so their colleagues were arrested. So some of you thought it was 51, some 71. It was in fact 1961. Yeah, so Riri is still in the lead. Discrimination and exclusion are happening via intersecting structures, right? So So these folks were registered to attend the meeting and then were escorted out. And you know, this is a meeting that they paid for. They're members of this delegation, and they're not allowed to participate in their own profession. The AMA, which is the premier physician organization of the day, and probably arguably still is, did not really enact a lot of policies on segregation and discrimination. So even despite a lot of things happening in the civil rights movement, there's not a lot going on. So requesting associate membership from the NMA, which many Black physicians were members of, they denied that. They wanted to say, okay, you should probably be excluding other medical societies who are discriminating against members. They said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to get involved. They said progress is being made, right? Well, we've come far enough. Lots of people don't want to join the AMA. They don't choose to become members, or we have a lot of people who are members. And they said, this is outside of our jurisdiction, right? It's not our problem. This is not the AMA's problem if other medical societies are discriminating against Black physicians. So this very hands-off approach, right? We're not the ones doing it, so we're not going to do anything about it. Despite the civil rights era lasting about a decade in the United States, there are very few mentions of civil rights proceedings in AMA records, meeting notes, conference proceedings, conference sessions. They declined to publish letters about the Selma March because it was, quote, controversial. This might sound familiar if you've ever submitted a paper like I have that had some controversial topics, and it was declined for publication. And they decided not to elect those physicians who were arrested. They said, you know what, it was not ours to get involved. Their statement was, we uphold the law of the land. So in 2008 came an apology, an official apology for the discrimination against the NMA. And this happened at one of the meetings. And it was, you know, we unequivocally apologize for our past behavior. We will do everything in our power to right the wrongs done by our organization to African-American physicians and their families and their patients. So this is an acknowledgement by the AMA physician leadership that this racism hurt patients. That's big. Racism kills people. We know that. It's a public health problem. So joining this profession that has these roots and has made these past mistakes is an important consciousness that we all need to bring with us when we enter into these spaces. The AMA, founded in 1847, elected its first Black woman as president in what year? So what do you think? Founded in 1847, when did the first Black woman serve as president of the AMA? Questions are getting a little harder. Another thing that's important to understand about the AMA is that it excluded a lot of physicians from being able to get hospital privileges because hospitals, through intersecting structures, required people to be members and said, oh, we only take AMA members to have hospital privileges. So that actually segregated hospitals and practice much more and kept Black physicians out of a lot of specialties because they weren't able to get privileges. Okay, most of you think it's 2008, and you're right. 2018. Anon moves into the lead. Okay, so this is Dr. Patrice Harris, was elected 171 years later, right? The first female African-American to hold that office. So we feel that we're making progress, right? Maybe we're starting to move forward and leave behind some of these shackles of history that have led to discrimination. We've apologized, we're trying to move forward. And then this happened. So I don't know if you're on Twitter or if you saw or you heard about in the news this podcast that was actually done by the AMA. And they actually said that racism wasn't real, that we should stop talking about it, that it was a couple of white physicians saying, you know, discrimination was outlawed in 1964. So why are we still talking about racism? And it caused such a huge outcry that the AMA had to apologize. And this is 3 months ago. So they issued a statement on the podcast and tweet saying, you know, we're sorry. We know that racism is real. We're not sure how this even got through. The editor of JAMA was placed on administrative leave. They're going to be making some changes. And so we still have a lot of ways to go to keep these things in our conscientiousness. And clearly we have not reached everyone in terms of understanding the house of medicine that we've all inherited. So I really want to emphasize to you that this will be your profession. I want you to commit to supporting and getting involved in equity and diversity inclusion on your journey right now, not because it looks good on your application, but because this is the house that you will inherit. So this is about listening and speaking up and having difficult conversations like this one, right? And this liberation that I'm talking about is really a two-way process. And I want to emphasize, I tweeted this a couple of weeks ago, you're not free when you're standing on someone else's back, right? Your movement is also impeded. Your ability to grow is also impeded when it's bound up in another person's oppression. So we really need to work on these structures at our school and make sure that we're part of the solution, that we're not the person saying, well, I didn't do that, and that's not my problem, and I'm not the person, who's creating this oppression. So liberation is a two-way street, and you'll notice in this graphic that in the liberation slide, if we're the person trying to support these three individuals, when we remove the barriers, we actually see more as well. And so this is what I mean by liberation being a two-way street, is that our view increases, we see more of the game, we see more of what the people we're trying to support see. And that is about liberation, because when we are able to do this, we can show up better for our patients. We can show up better with an understanding of ways that structures are getting in the way of them achieving optimal health outcomes. So again, this is a concept around fault and responsibility, obligation, stewardship, ignoring versus engaging, right? I think we tend to sometimes be the people in the top of the boat. Well, I'm sure glad that hole's not on our side, right? But this is our profession. If you came home and this was your dog and this is what your house looked like, you would clean it up, right? If someone left you a property and it got all dilapidated and you owned it, you would clean it up. If you don't do the maintenance on your own car, you're going to be the person who has the consequences of the functionality of that car in the future. So although we didn't make these decisions, we didn't discriminate, we weren't the people who did those experiments, we have inherited a profession that was founded on those things. And so we have to be actively on the side of justice as we're moving into medicine in order to make sure that we're part of the solution. So these uncomfortable conversations, I recommend this book, Me and White Supremacy. It started out as an Instagram challenge, 28-day Instagram challenge, and each chapter is 2 or 3 pages. And it really helps us understand some of the terminology and our place, no matter who we are, within these conversations. And so if we talk about racist ideology that's based upon the belief that white people are superior to people of other races and that they're dominant, I mean, that's really what the history of medicine is founded on, right? So we have to look directly at ways that this ideology has informed medicine and has created the structures that we have today. So I challenge you to look more into this and to not be afraid of having these conversations. Even if the words sort of make you squirm and you don't understand it, it's okay to move forward and into these learning spaces. I want to transition now into talking about demographics of our medical schools in present day. So we know that context impacts performance, right? Inclusion is equitable access to resources so we can thrive and reach our full potential. Dr. Aaron Reeves likes to say that the opposite of inclusion is not exclusion. The opposite of inclusion is incomplete. So who are we missing from the house of medicine that's going to make us the best profession that we can possibly be? So these things, and we don't have time to go into every single one of them, but some of them may be familiar to you: stereotype threat, belonging as threat, imposter syndrome, discrimination, historical trauma, present day trauma, social justice and racial battle fatigue, and just minoritization and marginalization within our institutions. These things impact our performance, impact the difference, 5-10% performance decrements when we feel that we don't belong or we're struggling with stereotype threat. So where some people experience their institutions getting all the sunlight and water and nutrients they need, and some people do not, this is really where inclusion comes into play within the makeup of our medical school classes. So I'm going to do this demographics quiz. This is all data that I've pulled from the MSAR. So entering class 2020, 154 allopathic schools in the United States and Puerto Rico. Students that identified as all or part of a race or ethnicity. So multiple categories are reported in more than one column. The average class size was about 143. And the range for class size was 24 to 365 with a median of about 140. So then I'm going to ask you these questions about representation across these groups, and we're going to talk a little bit about it. Okay, so back to the quiz. Fingers on your buzzers, like we're playing Jeopardy, right? How many schools had less than 2% of their class identifying as all or part Latinx? So this is out of 154 schools. How many schools do you think had less than 2% of their class identifying as all or part Latinx? So 2% in an average class size of, say, 143, right? 3 people. How many schools had that as their class makeup for the entering class of 2020? All right, 5 more seconds. Okay. All right, most of you thought it was 13%. It is actually 5%, so not as bad as you thought. There's our leaderboard with Anon. How many schools had less than 4% of their class identifying as all or part Latinx? What do you think? 18, 23, 33, or 41? Less than 4% of their class. So again, out of a class size average of 140 to 143, right? 10% would be 14 people. So less than 5%, half that, 7, 6, something like that. All right, 5 more seconds. All right, so we're a little mixed on this one, not sure. The answer is 23. Okay, 23 schools. So our leaderboard again. How many schools had less than 6% of their class identify as all or part Latinx? 31, 37, 41, or 46? So this is still a really small percentage. So we're talking about out of 154 schools, how many had less than 6%? This is one of those test taking strategies where you have to keep track of the previous question, right? All right, survey says 46. It's a lot, 46 out of 154 schools, almost a third, less than 6%. Okay, there's our leaderboard. So now we're gonna, out of the total schools, how many have less than 17% of students identifying as all or part Latinx in their classes? So 17% is sort of the US population census data estimate for Latinx peoples in the United States. So how many schools are not meeting that population watermark of 17%? And this is out of 154 schools. What do you think? How many have less than 17% of students identifying as all or part Latinx? All right, here we go. There's the guesses. The answer is 126. It's a lot. It's a lot of schools not meeting the watermark. All right, there's our leaderboard again. So how many schools don't have enough students for a 5-person LMSA board, right? So in ratio to just overall percentage, we were talking about percentages of classes, but now we're talking about bodies of people who've identified as all or part Latinx. And I recognize that like the Latinx board or the LMSA board, Latino Medical Student Association board, could be people who are not that identified. But just for the sake of illustrating this, let's just assume that each person on the board is someone who identifies as all or part Latinx. So how many schools don't have enough students for a 5-person LMSA board? So they have 4 or fewer Latinx students in their entire student body. What do you think? So 4 or fewer students walking around in the class of 2020. How many out of 154 schools do not have enough for an LMSA board? All right. This is what you all said. And the answer is 17 schools. Yep. All right, there's our leaderboard. Okay, so these are the top 10 schools for Latinx enrollment. You'll see that we have our 4 schools in Puerto Rico at the very top. I did it by percentage of class and also by total number of students. So, and again, this is available in the MSAR. I just actually scraped the data off of each entry and then did some sorting and things like that in the spreadsheet. So I thought it would just be interesting to share with you guys the top schools. Here's, if we exclude the Puerto Rican schools, here's what the top schools look like. And it's notable that the 4 schools in Puerto Rico, Latinx enrollment, equals the bottom 62 schools. So the bottom 62 schools out of 150 equal the Puerto Rican schools. So we have a long way to go in representation here, and you can see a lot of the UTs, Texas, but also Illinois, Miami, Indiana. You're probably wondering who's in the bottom. So I thought, why not? This is all public data. Let's put it in the bottom. So these are some really appreciably small numbers. And I just want you to think about how hard it might have been to do organic chemistry or physics, being sort of a first or only, an N of 1 as part of whatever identity groups that you share, whether you're parenting or a caregiver or a first-gen student. Think about these small numbers in cohorts that are very large, right? An average class size of 140 and being one of a very small group of students. All right, moving on to another group. Let's talk about schools that have 0 students identifying as all or part Black in the class of 2020. How many schools have 0? We're going to have to skip through these faster because I have a lot more slides to do and we're running out of time. So we're going to skip through these much more quickly. Okay, so this is what everybody is sort of thinking at the moment. And the answer is indeed 5. 5 schools with no students identifying as all or part Black. All right, Riri at our food board. How many schools have 2 or fewer students that identify as all or part Black? What do you think? Let's see what your answers are. I think you can go ahead and keep voting. Maybe not. Maybe I have to go back. Sorry. Go ahead. Schools with 2 or fewer students. 9, 13, 17, or 24. All right, here we go. Answer is 17 schools. 17 out of 154 schools have 2 or fewer students. That's daunting. That is so daunting. Imagine being one of those students. All right, we're going to do school percentage of class now. How many schools have less than 6% of students identifying as all or part Black? This is out of 154 schools, remember. So how many have less than 6%? All right. 57, most of you said, and you're right. That is a big number, more than a third of schools that have such a small percentage of their class. All right, Anon moving back into the top. How many schools don't have enough students for a 5-person LMSA or SNMA board, right? So if we were going to create a student group around identity support for Black students, like SNMA often is, how many schools we wouldn't have 4 or fewer people that identify as all or part Black? Out of 154 schools, how many don't have enough for a 5-person LMSA board? What say you? 23, 30, 34, or 40? All right, we have some pessimists out there. Answer is actually 30. So about 1 in 5 schools do not have enough folks. All right. So now we're going to look at just the census data population of the 154 schools that how many have less than 12% of students identifying as all or part Black in their classes? So there's, you know, a lot of schools are probably not meeting this population watermark. So how many are not meeting it out of 154? I'll give you 5 more seconds. All right, most of you said 120, and you're right, 120. So about 2/3 of the schools. Here's the top 10 schools for Black enrollment. You'll notice we have our 3 HBCU medical schools at the very top, then by total number of students, and then percentage of the class. Top 10 schools minus HBCUs. So the HBCUs, the 3 HBCU medical schools equals 61 schools for Black enrollment. So these are the percentages, and then these are the raw numbers. Here's the bottom 50 students for Black enrollment by number. Unfortunately, my school is on this list. Not for long. I just got to my school in October of last year, so we haven't been through one admission cycle yet, but I'm definitely working on pathways programs and support programs to focus on some of the structural challenges of pre-med preparation to really address that and create more equity within opportunity in medicine. Okay, so we're going to go through more of these. They're going to get a little faster. How many schools have less than 6% of students identify as all or part Asian? 3, 5, 7, or 9. Less than 6% identifying as all or part Asian. And Rachel said we're going to go a little over, so feel free to stick around for the remainder of this. All right, all or part Asian. What do you think? Okay, so most of you said you think it's 3 schools. It's actually 7 schools, okay? So Anon, leaderboard. So Asian American enrollment in the class of 2020, there are 7 schools with less than 5 students for an APAMSA board. There are 20 schools with 12 or fewer students. And there are 11 schools with less than 10% Asian students in their classes. So we also have to look at distribution in addition to representation, because our educational experience really is impacted by the people who you see that maybe look like you in teaching or who are sitting in the classroom next to you. Here are the top 10 schools for Asian enrollment, just for your curiosity. Interesting that there's several Texas schools on here, which I thought was kind of an interesting finding. I'm not sure what the Asian population of Texas is, but definitely found that to be great. And then I did it by total number of students and also by percentage of class. Here are the bottom 30 schools for Asian enrollment by number. Not surprisingly, the 4 schools in Puerto Rico, just because it's, you know, mainly Latinx students who are enrolled at those schools because they're located in Puerto Rico. But yeah, so these are also really small numbers. So again, we have some challenges with what it feels like to be a student at some of these schools based on representation, even for Asian groups that we would, you know, students might say are overrepresented. How many Asian ethnicities are captured via AMCAS? So it is reported in aggregate, but I actually want to challenge you to think about this in much more disaggregated way, because our Asian communities are so different from each other, and the diversity within the community is so important. So we tend to report it as sort of this big pan-Asian group, but there are lots of races and ethnicities, sub-ethnicities, and countries of origin stories within the Asian ethnicity that are important to disaggregate. So how many are allowable as sort of a drop down via AMCAS, do you think? Different ethnicities of Asian. All right, so we really aren't sure across the board. Oh, the winner is 12 now. And that is right, there are 12. So here's just a figure from 2018, 2019. This shows you the different Asian subgroups by academic year of applicants to U.S. medical school. And this is only students who listed alone or multiple Asian subgroups without another group. So if you listed only multiple Asian groups, you're in this as well. So if you listed Asian and white or Asian and black, you're not in this chart. So you can see there's a tremendous amount of diversity within our Asian American communities, also have healthcare needs, also have cultural challenges, also experience racism in the training environment, right? Again, racism is the risk factor here. So representation alone is not going to solve that. And I think the medical students I've worked with that are Asian American descent and residents as well still experience racism in their training, which is another reason why we all need to be a part of dismantling some of these structures. So ethnicities of Asia, in case you're curious, to be able to look at all of the things that are sort of included in the Asian and Pacific Island diaspora. And some of it is sort of West Asia is contested because it includes, Qatar and Palestine and Saudi Arabia. But this just sort of also brings in, where do these folks fit? Because we often are not counting these folks at all or including them in white, which doesn't really capture the lived experience or what we're trying to get at when we're talking about, cultural knowledge of serving underserved groups. In a study of 115 allopathic medical school deans in 2012, how many were Asian? So this is like the big D dean of the school, right? Like how many folks have led medical schools in that year that were of Asian descent? What do you think? And this is just sort of getting at leadership, talking about leadership and some of the challenges that we have with inclusion and equity practice within our institutions, not related to representation, but opportunity once you get in, right? Those are different things. Okay, so most of you said 3, and you are correct, 3. So there were 3 Asian, 6 Black, 1 Latinx, 105 white, no Native American. I don't believe there's ever been a Native American dean of a medical school, and just 16 women. So again, women representing 50% of folks applying and getting into medical school, but have not percolated up through the ranks to be deans of medical schools quite the same way that men have. So again, representation, equity, have to think about all these things at the same time. So let's move on to white. How many schools had less than 6% of their 2020 class identifies all or part white? What do you think? Remember, it's out of 154 schools. So how many identifies all or part white? All right, so this is what you have said. And the answer is, in fact, 0. So how many white ethnicities are captured via AMCAS? When you go in and you select white as your race, how many ethnicities are able to be chosen underneath that category in the AMCAS application? What do you think? Zero, 2, 4, or 10. Okay, so most people think it's 10. The answer is 0. So reclaiming our origin stories and our ethnic heritage is a big part of understanding our place in this work, right? We have to separate the social construction of whiteness. White is a social construction, not a race or a genetic reality. But many heritages have been dissolved into whiteness, like Jews, Irish, Italian. A lot of these immigrants from Europe in the early phases of the United States were not considered white when they came, right? They weren't considered European enough when they came, and yet now are sort of dissolved into that. So I encourage you to think about your origin story and your family heritage and understand your roots and really anchor that as a way of thinking about your place to authentically engage in this work. We're going to skip this one because we're running out of time. So how many schools have 0 students identifying as all or part American Indian or Alaska Native? How many schools have no Native Americans, even all or part identifying, or Alaska Native? What do you think? All right, most of you said 82 schools. It's actually 60 schools. So that's a lot, almost half of the 154 that we looked at. How many schools have 1 student identifying as all or part Native American? So being an N of 1, a person, 1 out of 143 on average would be your experience if this is your demographic and representation. And remember, schools that trained Indigenous healers closed. They were not able to be accredited. College was not accessible to many Indigenous people in 1910. So their avenues to becoming physicians as part of the profession closed, even though much of medicine was pioneered by indigenous traditions and practices. Pharmaceutical industry is built on plant-based extractions of healing, right? And those are indigenous practices and ideas. All right, so here's what you said. How many schools have just one? 39. It's a lot. The highest percentage of students in a 2020 entering class identifying as all or part Native American or Alaska Native is what? So what is the highest percentage? So of all the schools, what is the highest percentage of Native American students out there demographically in any one school? What do you think? And this is an extremely underrepresented group and underserved group. And we could talk about the history of genocide for Indigenous people in the United States, which we don't really learn about. The Indian boarding school movement, the Indian Removal Act, all the treaties that have been broken, all these structures and injustices have certainly led to Native Americans and Alaska Natives having some of the most egregious and disparate health outcomes and indicators of well-being in the United States. Okay, so most of you think it's 5%. It's actually 9%. It's a smaller school, University of North Dakota. I will show you what that looks like. So how many schools don't have enough students for an ANAMS board? So how many students have 4 or fewer students identifying as all or part Native American or Alaska Native? And ANAMS, in case you haven't heard of it, is the Association of Native American Medical Students. It is a subgroup, student group of the Association of American Indian Physicians. You can learn a lot more about Indigenous folks in medicine. You go to aaip.org. I do encourage you to explore and learn a little bit more about this profession that you're going into and who's a part of it, who's been excluded and invited in the past and present day. All right, so there's our answers, tie between 137 and 144. It's in fact 137 schools. All right, so Anon, you're our quiz leader. Great job. There's our top 5. Appreciate your engagement. Here are the top Native schools by enrollment and number. So I put the enrollment here and then the percentage in parentheses. So you can kind of see Midwest and West kind of lead the way. There are a few in Florida as well, and actually our HBCUs. Again, really showcasing the excellence, inclusive excellence for our HBCUs in that regard. So medians and averages by race, just to sort of show you across each of these different groups. These are really very small numbers, right? So if we have an average class size and we're looking at sort of how many people identify as this, we don't have a great distribution across our schools for this. So there are some structural realities within healthcare and medicine that lead to these differences. And you're going to notice as you get into medicine, or maybe you already have, that we have diversity offices and programs. We're trying to work on issues such as cultural barriers and language barriers. I want to encourage you to think about representation versus health, right? So many of our communities, such as those that come from the Asian and Pacific Islander diaspora, are not necessarily underrepresented. We may not actually know because we don't disaggregate them, but they certainly have communities that are underserved, immigrant communities that have cultural barriers, language barriers, structural barriers like poverty and health inequality that create challenges to health and overall well-being. So Ibram Kendi, if you've read How to Be an Anti-Racist, another one that I recommend, talks about space racism and racialized spaces, right? So that lead to resource inequality. Who does this space belong to and who feels welcome in this space? And we often call space within our institutions sort of by default white space. And so then everyone else has to sort of carve out space for their group. So we have to be really conscientious of this as we're moving into student organizations and into medical school. We need integrated and protected spaces, right? So we need sort of the general spaces, but also protected spaces where the identity intersections that we have challenges with get some safe harbor. We can talk about what's it like to be a parent in medical school. What's it like to be a first chance student? What's it like? Gosh, you were an engineering major too. Me too. I'm having a really hard time adjusting, right? So we need these spaces both to think about things that we share, but also to think about intersections that need a small corner where folks who have similar intersections and experiences can talk about those things. Collaboration within and between, always. And I encourage you to pursue leadership and be one of these people that really understands the nature and importance of integrated and protected spaces. Again, protected spaces are things like for cancer survivors, right? I'm not mad that I didn't get invited to the cancer survivor group because I'm not a cancer survivor. And I recognize that folks who've had that walk need a protected space where they can share unique things inherent to having had that experience. Same thing with veteran support or women in medicine or first-gen students, right? Protected spaces and integrated spaces are a big part of how we do equity practice in our institutions. And if you feel excluded by protected space, I invite you to really think about why. But there are plenty of integrated spaces where we are all welcome to bring our best selves to the table and roll up our sleeves and get to work. So I really want you to understand this one thing. Another group's protected space does not oppress you. So we have to think about, again, the context that I just gave you. Why are these spaces needed in the first place? The history of medicine should give you some context as to why it's so important that we have these spaces, what it feels like to be that one student, two students, the students in the class that don't have enough to even start a student organization to create protected space for folks who have an identity walk similar to their own coming into medicine. Again, if you feel oppressed by protected space, really get curious about that and dig into your own defensiveness and thought process around that so that you can come through it as an ally and a person who champions integrated spaces where we work together, but also protected spaces that folks might need in order to thrive within our institutions. You're going to need your truth, love, and commitment to do this work. As Dr. Saad says, we have to get vulnerable. We have to be willing to look at some hard truths and face up to racism, racist ideas, the hidden racism that's within even some of the structures of sort of how things work. A commitment to recognition. We're not immune from this. None of us are immune. And so we're all susceptible to these systems because we've joined a profession that has these things baked in, right? So similar to how, none of us are painting our houses with lead paint anymore. We might buy a house where there's actually lead paint that's been used at some point or another. We have to be responsible for eradicating that to keep everyone safe. I really enjoy Abby Wambach's podcast. It's on Dare to Lead. If you listen to Brene Brown, Dare to Lead on Spotify, that's my shameless plug for one of my favorite podcasts. But she has one on new rules of leadership. And she talks about these 3 things that we can do when we face failure or when something is disconnected from our values, right? We fall short. We can shame, blame, or claim. And I want to encourage you in this moment as you're thinking about your development as a pre-med student, don't withdraw, ignore, avoid, or pity folks or feel superior or also feel that you're not enough. That shame is not helpful in moving justice forward. We also don't want to blame people who did this before or get angry or point fingers or slip into helplessness, right? If you are a person who's experiencing exclusion at your institution, try to think about claiming the parts of it that you can control and also really having honest conversations with classmates to help them understand what this experience is like for you. That burden is very real. And so if you're a classmate that has stories and truths shared with you, I encourage you to step up and to listen and to get vulnerable and to create and make that change. So I want to know today if there's any commitments that you're willing to make to advance representation, equity practice, and inclusive excellence in medical education. As you think about your journey now as a pre-med student and moving forward, what could you do? What could you do to advance this? And, we're getting really close to time, so I won't leave this up, but I do want to leave that with you and have you reflect on it. I hope I've inspired you today to join the House of Medicine and be part of the solution, be part of these powerful and necessary and vulnerable conversations, to be thinking about race and place and the history of medicine and moving it forward. And I will say that the students I'm working with today are courageous and they push. And they make our faculty uncomfortable. And it's wonderful. It is wonderful to see the growth and the change that is coming as we begin to recognize ways that we can all be part of these solutions.
Dr. Sunny Nakai, that was so amazing. Let me leave some of that screen up so people continue to see those tweets. I loved that. I could tell by the chat how much they loved it, partly because there was engagement and partly because there was a whole lot of silence, which means they're listening, not talking amongst themselves. Like instead of typing, they were in Slido doing answering polls. So I knew a lot of that. I didn't know it all. It's still eye-opening. I'm doing a lot of work myself in this area. So I'd love to continue to educate. And I think a lot of people are really grateful for you opening eyes or reiterating what needs to be heard. And I know I am. Yeah, I want to make sure everyone knows where to find you. It's on the slide. I've also been showing it a little bit from banners, but you can follow Dr. Nakai on her YouTube channel or on Instagram. And then she's got this amazing book, Pre-Med Prep, Advice for a Medical School's Admissions Dean. You can buy it through Rutgers Press, Barnes & Noble, Amazon. All of Sunny's links are on nationalpremedday.com. So if you go there, go to her speaker bio, we put it all in one place. So obviously this slide you're looking at is not clickable. If you're looking for clickable links, it's all there for you on National Pre-Med Day. Thank you so much for your time and energy and dedication. It was just a thrill to have you here today.
Thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate the engagement. I know it's a tough topic, and when we were planning this, Rachel, we were like, you know what, we're going to go for it. We're going to go for it, and I appreciate MAPD and National Pre-Med Day's attention to these really important topics, and hopefully we've all grown a little bit through this discomfort.
I hope so. Thank you so much. All right, guys. So we're on break. Technically, break was 2:30 to 3, but you guys were so engaged with those slides, and I just wanted to make sure that Sunny had a chance to get through all the polls. So we're not going to run late. It just means that break's a little shorter. So I'm going to hop off camera for a little bit, and actually, we have a hard stop on our streaming too. So I'm going to leave this up so people don't think we've abandoned you. But what's actually going to happen is that at 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 noon Pacific, that we'll hop into a new stream. But for now, I'm just going to pop up this screen share as soon as I can get it on present view. Just so you know, we haven't abandoned you. So we're going on break. We'll be back pretty soon. But yeah, take a minute to take care of your body. Maybe you need to stretch. Maybe you need water. Maybe you need protein. I think I need all three. So I'm also going to hide, and I will see you guys soon. I was on mute. Hey guys, the break's about to end. That's what I was going to say. So I'm going to end this room. We're going to start in a fresh stream. So you can participate in the giveaway. Break is basically over. This room is going to end, but there'll be a new room, a new green room on nationalpremedday.com and also on map.tv on YouTube.